So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire, and they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags We would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county.
Who's missing? Where's Heidi? Okay. Okay, good morning. I'd like to call this meeting of the Board of Supervisors. It's August 23rd, 2022. And with that, here we go. Let's do the Pledge of the Allegiance. And Jeffrey, you're going to lead us today in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please follow me and begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Well, this morning I'd like to begin this meeting by acknowledging 3 individuals who recently went missing and ultimately lost their lives in Nevada County. Here in Truckee, we lost 16-year-old Kylie Rodney, and the community is devastated and has even begun to come to grips with the hole that she's going to leave behind. And all the way on the other side of our county, 2 Yuba City residents, Jeanette Pantoa and Juan Almanza Cefala, lost their lives in Pin Valley, which is in District 4. Additionally, today we'd like to recognize Carmen Ramirez. She was the first ever Latina elected to the board of Ventura County and the first to serve as its chair. She recently lost her life in a tragic accident. These losses are difficult to accept, and our board extends its deepest sympathies to the families, loved ones, and colleagues of those lost. And now, I'd like to take a minute of silence in their honor. Thank you. Thank you. So this morning, we're going to see, Julie, we have some corrections and deletions to our agenda. Things are a little bit different this morning. Our hardy Supervisor Bullock is in transit. He had some issues with travel this morning, but we'll see him here later this afternoon. We're going to move our community presentations. So if anyone's here for that, so it's item SR 220952 and SR 220953, items 1 and 2. Those were going to be moved today to 1:30. So with that, there'll be a little bit of other changeover as we go. We're going to do our public comment, our consent calendar, and then we're going to go to some of the other items, and we may just do some shuffling. So we beg your perseverance through this, and we're just going to enjoy this day. We're happy to be in Truckee today. It's beautiful up here. It's been fun. Some of us came up the night before, and truly have enjoyed being in the town of Truckee and the hospitality that we found here. So just really having a good time today. Loving the coffee this morning. Everybody got their coffee, and we had a lovely breakfast. So thank you all for hosting us here today. This is wonderful. So this morning, what I'm going to do, Julie, I will ask, so are there any other corrections or additions to the agenda?
No, Chair, I think that's about enough.
We go with the flow. It's all good. Okay, well, this morning, what we're going to do then, we're going to start with our public comment. And of course, that's members of the public shall be allowed to address the Board of Supervisors on items not appearing on the agenda that are of interest to the public and are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. So with that, I'm going to open up public comment. And if you have public comment, you can come up to the podium and remember that anything that's not on the agenda today. Wow, we're having a quiet public comment morning. Okay. Well, with that, then we'll close public comment. Julie, is there anybody online?
Yes, we do have one caller, if we can bring the caller in.
Okay, let's do that.
Good morning. My name is Carl Cieslakowski, and I just want to tell you, like Ronald Reagan used to say, there you go again. You did it again. You really, in my judgment, you scared the public during your last meeting in reference to all those presentations in reference to fire safety. We're all for fire safety. I don't think anybody in the county would say, hey, we shouldn't have a great public policy in reference to cleanup and all fire safety issues. But let's look at it from this perspective. Out of a $330 million budget that you just enacted over this last year, and by the way, that's up $30 million. Public should know this. It's up $30 million from last year. Out of that $330 million on your budget, 156 million. Public should know this. $156 million is earmarked for public safety. And you're trying to feed the public that we don't have enough money out of $156 million to pay for fire safety and for cleanup and to make sure the forests are clean up with all the hazardous fuels. It's really hard to take that. And what you're counting on is basically instilling fear in the public, and you're just adding on to bureaucratic government that way overspends. And you need to find a way to take $112 million a year out of that $156 million for public safety and earmark it for the fire abatement program. Now, switching topics a little bit, I bought a piece of property here about 5 years ago, and they did a minor, what they call a real estate panel for various chemicals in your, water. And they did not do a full panel. And I think that it's a condition of sale of a property, you need to do a full panel. And if they had done a full panel, they would have found arsenic in my water.
Carl, thank you so much. Carl, your time's up, but I invite you to come up to the county and let's have a meeting and we can show you and break that down for you a little better because I think there's some misunderstanding. But thank you so much for calling in today. Julie,
okay.
Do we
Thank
have?
you.
Julie, are there any other callers?
Chair, I'm not seeing any more callers right now.
And did we have any written comments?
No written public comment for general public comment.
Okay. All right, with that then is there any other public comment in the chambers? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. And with that, of course, we're changing our agenda up and we'll go to our community presentations this afternoon. So I'm gonna jump right into consent calendar. These are items that are expected to be routine and non-controversial. The Board of Supervisors will act upon them at one time without discussion. Any board member may request that the item be removed from consent calendar for discussion. Members of the public wishing to ask questions or hear discussion on an item listed, the consent agenda may raise their concerns to the board prior to the consent agenda being introduced. The supervisors will take concerns under consideration and decide if there's adequate reason to move from the consent. So with that, I'm going to open up consent. And anybody that'd like to have any comments on consent calendar can come to the podium. Doesn't look like there's anybody in the audience here. Julie, is there anybody online for consent calendar items?
Chair, I'm not seeing any callers for the consent calendar.
Did we have anybody that wrote anything in?
Chair, excuse me, we do have someone screening, so if we could just have a one moment
We can.
while they come in.
Perfect.
If we could bring the caller in as soon as they're ready, thank you.
Good morning, caller. Are you there?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Chairman of the board. This is Matthew Coulter calling from the Rude Center, and it is rude this morning. I came over here to go to a public meeting. They can't have access for me to join the meeting in any way, shape, or form except for call in on this number. That is it. That is a violation of the Brown Act for violating access to the government from the people. Now, when you have meetings down here, people in Truckee can sit in the government place and participate in the meetings if they choose to, but you don't have that option down here. So I'm over here at the Rude Center just talking to all these different high-paid individuals that can't seem to turn on a computer. I've got people following me around the building because they don't know what I'm going to do. I just want to participate in the meeting, as anybody would that would see their local government spending millions and millions of dollars on new vehicles, as they look at all these beautifully washed vehicles parked over here at the Rude Center and all this new expenditures going out.
Matthew?
Yet you guys can't figure out how to have people participate in a meeting. What is going on with this corrupt, screwed up government?
Matthew, you're actually
that we have in our
participating,
county.
Matthew.
And you're the chair of the board,
Matthew,
Miss.
I am the
You're
chair.
the chair of the board.
I am, Matthew. You are participating at this point, so I would love to know if you have any discussion on any of the consent items.
I absolutely did.
Okay, I'm listening.
I had comments on a bunch of stuff, and I made the effort to get on the goddamn public bus right across
Matthew,
town.
you don't have to talk like that,
risk
but you
assault.
comment every meeting usually online. I'm happy to take your comments on any of the items
It has
3
nothing to
through
do with
29.
me, chairman of the board. It has to do with access to our government meetings. You have none over here right now.
You're talking to me around the phone,
and you're
Matthew.
conducting a meeting.
Do you have any consent
can't see
items
you.
you want to discuss?
I can't see you. I can't participate in the discussions of all this money that's being put out by the county on these different agenda items, right? Because you're only going to give me 3 minutes. So there's really nothing I can do to participate in this illegal meeting that's up in Truckee. I hope you guys all enjoy the high country today. Maybe go for a swim in Prosser. You know, it's just outrageous what this county
Okay, Matthew,
has
if
come
you don't
to.
have anything to say on consent, then we're kind of done. Okay, thanks, Matthew. We're done with Matthew here today. And Matthew does bring some great comments to consent, and he does have the opportunity that he was online to actually, that's one of the availabilities that we make available for folks that can't be here, is to be online. So, or to make on the phone calls. Online didn't happen to work, but we have call in, and you can watch this meeting, of course, on all of our live streams. So here we go. Any other consent comments? Okay, I'm going to come to my board. Does any of my board want to pull anything? It's been moved to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and second to approve the consent calendar. Julie, would you call the roll?
Yes, thank you, Chair. District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 2. Excuse me. District 5. I'm sorry. District 5 is absent. District 2.
Yes.
And District 4.
District 4, yes. And just for a little housekeeping, I know all of us would just remind you, we have to shut our mics off every time. So, and you might have to remind me too. Okay, so with that, we'll move on to our next item. And what we are actually going to do is we're going to adjourn now from the Board of Supervisors, and we're going to convene as the Board of Directors of the Nevada County Sanitation District. So I'd like to call that meeting to order. And we have one item on consent. So I would open up the discussion for the consent item number 30. Are there any public comments for consent item number 30 from the sanitation district? Julie, is anyone in line?
We do have one caller who's being screened at this moment, so
Okay,
it'll
we'll-
just take a few moments.
We will, that's not a problem.
And if you can bring the caller in when he's ready, thank you. The caller did hang up, so no callers.
Okay, Julia, is there any written comments or anything from?
None for the sanitation district, thank you.
Okay, great. Then we'll close, or actually, I'm gonna come to the board. Does my board have any questions about item 30 for on consent?
Move for approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved in second to, Julie, can you call the roll?
Yes, thank you. District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5 is absent. District 2
Yes.
and District 4.
District 4, yes. Okay, with that, I'm going to open up public comment to the Nevada County Sanitation District number 1. Is there any public comment that's anything that's not on the agenda? Okay, Julie, is there anybody online?
It looks like, yes, we do have one caller. Can we
Okay.
bring that caller in?
Good morning,
Hi,
caller.
Chairman of the Board. Matthew Coulter here, standing in front of my government center with no access to the meeting. So basically, since I only have 10 of the 12 pages of the agenda they gave me, and I had to actually run around the building, get the call-in number. Sorry, I'm a little disorganized, but now this is about solid poop waste. Is that right?
We are talking about item 30 in consent agenda, or no, actually, we're on public comment.
No, you already approved. You already blew right past that and approved that. I didn't get to speak on that.
That
Go
was
ahead.
public comment, correct. We're on that was consent. Public comment is open now. Is anything on Nevada County Sanitation District number 1 was not on the agenda? So yes, you're open to that. So go ahead. Do you have some public comment?
And what number on the agenda is that?
So we are past consent and we're in public comment in the Nevada County Sanitation.
Is there a number to that, or is it just?
No, we're in
somewhere?
a different meeting right now. We're in the sanitation district meeting, and then we're going to do public comment. I'm going to adjourn
Does that
from
come
there.
between 26 and 27, or does that come between number 1 and 2? Where does that fall? So I can maybe find it here. Oh, there it is. After 27, regular meeting, sanitation number 1.
So it came after consent.
number 20.
It came after consent. After item 29, we adjourned and went to sanitation. We did consent. Now we're at public comment, and then we're going to go back to the board meeting, and we're going to go to item. Actually, we're going to go to item 34. And that's what's going to be next, Matthew. So if you'd like to comment on, this is public.
To 28 to 34.
Okay, we talked about
this.
this.
Out on your freaking.
I'm sorry this is confusing for you this morning, Matthew. We had some changes and some things that came up, and we've had to move some things around this morning. So what I have is
Wow, me
public
too.
comment
I had
is
to get on the
open
bus
for
to
the
come to the
Nevada
meeting.
County
It just didn't work
Sanitation
out.
District. Do you have any public comment?
Okay, great. Yes, there's raw sewage all over the place. I wish people would deal with it. A lot of people are moving up here that don't know what a septic is. They don't know that everything that our system is weak, failed, crushed within the city of Grass Valley, and they just keep piling in more houses, and we keep getting more overflows. And even today at the city council meeting for Grass Valley, they're purchasing a very expensive radar piece of equipment to try to find. Because when anyone comes to town to try to put a pipe in, they find out that all the laterals to all the houses don't connect to the main sewage line. And that's on documents for the city of Grass Valley that just had their 3 years ago, had their pipes lined, their sewer lined with plastic to try to extend their life another 10 years. They had to rewrite the contract because the laterals coming from the houses didn't meet the main. This is going on everywhere. And so we just keep pushing in more stuff, track housing and stuff, and our systems can't handle it. You have tours of Wildwood plant, which is the best plant in the system. Let's have tours of all the plants and see what's going on. Because from what I'm being told from people that are inside there, it's a nightmare. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there any other public comment on Nevada County Sanitation District? No other public comment? Okay, with that, we'll close public comment and we'll adjourn the Board of Directors of Nevada County Sanitation District Number 1, and we'll reconvene as Nevada County Board of Supervisors. And with that, as we talked this morning, we're doing a little bit of changing around, and we asked everybody to be patient with that. So we are going to go to
Recess for lunch?
no, we're not going to recess for lunch. We're going to go to item 33. Wait, nope, we're going to go to item 34, if that works. It's a presentation on the Town of Truckee Townwide Electric Bike Share Program. And is Alfred Knotts here? Well, good morning, Alfred. Thank you for being here. And
absolutely.
Yeah, we're ready for a wonderful presentation.
Good morning, Madam Chair. County Supervisors, Alfred Knotts. I'm the Transit Program Manager with the Town of Truckee. And thank you. I used to work for El Dorado County, and we would talk about people coming over the Granite Curtain when we hosted our supervisors up in the Tahoe area in Truckee. So thank you for coming. It's a pleasure to see you all up here. And I appreciate Supervisor Bullock getting us the opportunity to get before you today. I did tell Jeff when I get to talk about transportation, I'm very passionate about it. So hopefully I can keep this within the time limit. But to me, there's nothing that impacts our environment, our economy, or quality of life more than transportation. And oddly, Supervisor Bullock is here because he isn't here because he can't get here right now. I do want to just kind of go through an overview, more of kind of what our program is in terms of transportation and guiding principles. Slide here. Could you advance the next, if I can get it? So an overview of the presentation. We will go into kind of our broader transportation objectives in terms of how they're supported by our goals and policies of our general plan, which we're in the process of updating. I know this seems a little monotonous in terms of the procurement process, but it is germane to the conversation and some of the work we've done to date to bring this program forward, and working with Jeff in your guys' office and everything about how this program kind of looks regionally. We have regional issues here that require regional solutions. So do want to talk about how we've been able to streamline that process a little bit, the overall planning process, our site selection, as well as the 2023 launch. We did anticipate launching in 2022. There were supply chain issues with our vendor. We'll go into kind of that a little bit in detail, but next slide. Again, kind of going back to our general plan. Historically, we've been very strategic in our investment at the town and within the region even too, and looking at kind of the resort triangle as we refer to it, between Truckee, 280, 267, 89, Kings Beach and Tahoe City area. That's referred to as a resort triangle because we're very tied together and economically, our movements and our economy and our resort communities, and essentially our kind of quality of life as well. So we've been very strategic in focusing on planning and operating a transit system, and also focusing on capital projects and operating and maintaining those. Our region has established goals and policies that focus on moving people, essentially, and not really necessarily moving moving cars. And to dumb it down a little bit is we're not trying to build the church parking lot for Easter Sunday, the proverbial church parking lot. So our guiding principles focus on that. And one thing that we're here to talk about today too is also how we work collaboratively with our adjacent jurisdictions, both within Nevada County, but again, I'm looking at that resort triangle kind of context as well. So we do focus on, very, very multimodal system, meaning we're trying to focus on transit, we're trying to focus on bike trails, we're focusing on just overall walkability. We do have to design for the automobile, obviously. Those are all the things we take into our context and how we prioritize that investment also. So there's talk all the time about equity and social equity, racial equity, but there's also equity in how we prioritize our transportation investments. You know, are we designing and putting 90% of our resources towards automobiles? Well, if that's the case, then that's what the mode that most people are going to use. But if we can spread that equity in our investment across different modes, we can provide more of a multimodal and holistic transportation system. So again, that's what this e-bike program is, and I will get to that, is here to discuss today. Next slide, please. So we do have an e-bike share program that we have designed here. We did have a program that was launched, I think maybe 3 or 4 years ago. I've been here approximately 11 months, but I do have the context of the previous system that we did launch. It was very, very kind of small in scale. Obviously, the technology's even evolved too, and I'll talk about some of that in the procurement and the planning and everything. But also the vendors have also evolved. So there was a lot of startups back in the day that were just dumping these bikes everywhere. And that's something we also wanted to avoid. You know, you see a lot of scooters and things like that, but there's a lot of startup companies that really weren't vested. So we did take a look at that and reevaluate kind of what is the vision for our program. This isn't kind of a one-off thing. We want to make sure that it is contributing to the overall transportation system. So the goals really are to provide a first mile, last mile connection, and that's really to get people to other modes. Also, a lot of the barriers to accessing transit or even our trails are, you know, people still have to drive to get to them. They can't make that last mile, that first mile. So they still have to get in their car. And once you're in their car, it's hard to get people back out of their car. So as you see with our micro transit program, if you guys aren't familiar with that, we've started a micro transit program this summer. It's been very, very successful. And we need to be able to get into those neighborhoods. Truckees, land use patterns don't really support transit because of the densities and the kind of the, not necessarily sprawl, but just the lack of kind of continuity. I mean, you look at Tyler Donner, you know, you can be back into that neighborhood, you know, 3 or 4 or 5 miles in elevation gain. So we want to create a first mile, last mile solution with our e-bike share program. We obviously want to reduce vehicle miles traveled, which in turn reduces greenhouse gas emissions, provide alternative transportation modes and options. We want people to be able to get up in the morning. We understand that biking and walking isn't always viable up here every day of the year, but we want people to get up in the morning and say, you know, what do I want to do today? Do I want to take transit? Do I want to walk? Do I want to get on my bike? Do I want to take all 3 of those to make my trip and have options to do that? We also want to enhance the economic vitality and overall quality of life with the program also, whether it's just human health, connecting our communities, and people to get out on bikes. You know, they'll experience areas of town and shops and experiences that they would normally see in their car. Sometimes they get in their car and they go straight to that shop, they get back in their car and they leave. So a little more exposure around town and just overall, again, quality of life experiences. Next slide, please. So again, kind of the administrative side of things. So the procurement process, you know, we did start the planning of this essentially right when I came on board, and again, about a year ago. I did launch a very similar program in Park City. I was in Tahoe for 18 years and then went to Park City for a few years, and we launched a similar program 6 years ago. It's been very successful. So I took a lot of those lessons learned, for better or worse, about what not to do. Again, the technology's evolved, vendors have evolved. So we structured a procurement process that was, you know, not so rigid that people, you know, that we didn't get, say, scooters. We did want to make sure that all these modes and options were submitted by the vendor so we can make an informed decision. So we kept the proposal rather broad, but again, kind of focused on, you know, this isn't a one size fits all truck. He has a lot of challenges in terms of right-of-way constraints, climate, geography, and topography. So we did put that into the proposal. We got 8 proposals, and we did have a very, very robust working group that we established for this too. The county participated, meaning Nevada County. We also had Placer County as part of that. We had some of our private sector partners as well can sit on that. So the chamber and, you know, making sure that everybody kind of understood the role of the program and to make sure that it was meeting the needs of the overall community. Again, learning from those lessons last time that it kind of crashed and burned and fizzled for a variety of different reasons, and we don't want to make that same mistake twice. We feel like we have kind of one shot at this and to make sure that it's very, very well thought out. So there was a unanimous decision on the vendor. So we did look at dockless versus docked. Dockless being some of the bikes you see that can just be in scooters that can be left on a sidewalk or in somebody's yard or at a business, and we don't want this to be a nuisance. Again, we have one shot at this. We don't want people to say, you know, I don't want people to say, look at the new guy who brought these nuisances into town with scooters cluttered everywhere. And I used to live on the South Shore, and I see what those Limes scooters have done. They've done a great thing down there. People are using them a lot, but they have ended up in the lake. They've ended up in the Truckee River. You know, they've just been kind of a nuisance, and people, again, we did want to kind of mitigate that on what these options were. So we did look at dock and dock lists. We did arrive at a dock station, and we did arrive at a vendor that had a proven track record, not necessarily just with technology, but also in communities that were very similar. And that that vendor is B-Cycle. And they also are a kind of an arm of Trek Bicycle. So they have a lot of capital behind them, marketing, proven experience, proven technology, Trek bikes, American made also. And they've also been operating in places like Boulder, Jackson Hole, Wyoming. They're just about to launch a program in Santa Barbara and Santa Cruz as well. So they've been all the way to the East Coast too. So very, very proven vendor, very proven technology. So again, this took some time to make sure we arrived at the right vendor for the right context of the program. Next slide, please. Again, the operating models that we did look at. So there's some privately owned operated. There's some that get subsidies through towns that pay for a bulk of either the bikes or the docking stations. That's what we did in Park City is we front loaded a 6-figure kind of operating budget, and we paid for a lot of the bikes up front. We bought those. This vendor actually has proposed at no cost to the town. They will bring all the equipment. They will do all the marketing. We're still working through those details, but what we really do is we provide them kind of an operating agreement to operate within the town right away or on properties, not private properties. They have to work through those details themselves, but we essentially give them an encroachment permit, if you will, and say, yeah, you can do this, but these are the following conditions. They get to keep the revenues, and they get to work out marketing and branding solutions also and keep that revenue. We do have written in the contract right now that's still a draft that we will approve or come to consensus on what that branding is. So we don't have, say, Walmart or McDonald's bikes running around town. We want to make sure that it's representative of kind of the community. And in Park City, we had branded and marketed with the chamber and with the hospital and with the ski resorts. And I could see something very similar happening here as well. Next slide, please. Again, the key elements of the RFP that we walked through were the planning, network design, that they could prove to us and to the community that they have done this before. They understand, again, the context of Truckee and the broader region also. And we did build into there too that the county, meaning Nevada County or Placer County, could potentially piggyback off of this RFP so that you don't have to go, our partners don't have to go reinvent the wheel as well also. And then we don't have 3 different systems and people come up with a different app and they're, looking at the bike and those things, that they can make that trip, say, from Truckee to Olympic Valley to Tahoe City. And then they come up and go down between the West Slope and East Slope also and have that same continuity in the program. Next slide, please. So again, kind of going back to lessons learned, the things we learned about people, why the program last time wasn't successful, a lot of it had to do with timing, technology. A lot of it had to do with people didn't know about the program. How are they supposed to use it if they don't know about it? So again, we kind of go back to the vendor we procured and they have experience with this, making sure that the bikes are well identified. They're also, we tell the story about what the bike share program is intended to do. Kind of how I kicked off this meeting about where does this fit into our transportation system? It's not gonna solve all of our transportation issues, and not everybody's gonna run out and jump on a bike every day. But again, we want to make sure that people understand the system, they know how to use it, and they know how to use it safely too. We get a lot of comments from the public about e-bikes these days, and the speeds and kids and all these things too. So again, kind of coming back to our vendor and our procurement about who understands these issues with these programs. Next slide, please. So B-Cycle and our program, again, the vendor, this is where they are located all across the country. Again, a lot of different communities, some being urban, some being rural, some being focused on commuters, some being focused on kind of a tourism based economies also. And again, we kind of focused on their proven experience also. So one thing that we had in Park City when I did the program is we had these huge kiosks, these big stands that you see, and people go up and they, have to go in and enter everything. These stands are very scalable. The docking stations, they can be moved. They are fixed, but they can be moved very quickly within a day. They can go all the way from 1 station to 20. So they're scalable in terms of trying to get back into neighborhoods, get back into Tahoe-Donner, get back into Glenshire, down in areas in Grass Valley and Nevada City, making sure that we can kind of sprinkle these bikes around because they do have to take them back to a docking station, and that we create a network that makes that easy and convenient. Next slide. So there's considerations that we looked at. Where do we, those are actually the ones down on the right is the station I did before down in Park City. That's at our library. And then you can see kind of the difference in the scalability in terms of what that looks like and how easy they are to install. And, you know, winter comes into effect also, and be able to pull these things out. They've actually operated these 12 months out of the year in other snow communities in Madison, Wisconsin, where Trek is. Again, not the amount of snow we get, but it's darn cold and it sticks around. So they've had to deal with those as well. But if we do need to pull those out, we can, and that took into our consideration also. So when we looked at these locations, we looked at the land uses and activity centers, you know, where are people trying to go, where they're trying to get to, how do we get them to transit? You know, how are people going to be able to use them on a frequent basis? And people that are coming up, you know, come visit from sea level. E-bikes are very convenient for people that aren't used to riding bikes like we are, 6,000 or 5,000 feet. So next slide. Here's kind of our geography of our general map right now. So we do plan to blanket the community, I guess, rather comprehensively. Over to the right is all the way out of Glenshire. Up to the north there, on top of the figure there is the Tahoe-Donner area, Alder Creek, Prosser, and then all the way over to Weston Beach at Donner Lake, and then a high concentration downtown where people can really just take these bikes and not have to go to a station and be like, well, there's not a station to put it. And then the bikes end up being cluttered around downtown. So those are the things we're considering. And B-Cycle, their approach is to put more stations out earlier in the program to make sure it's successful, but also to make sure people have access to those stations. And just the visibility is helpful as well, especially in a resort community where people may just come to town once or one time a year, that they see this and they know what it is. Next slide. So this is kind of our first launch. Again, high concentration downtown, and phasing this kind of approach, and then working to the private partners too. We have to do some amendments to our land use code that makes this an allowable use. Right now, it's not identified in the land use table, so I would kind of caution the county if there's any other kind of procedurals or administrative things that need to be done to kind of grease the skids. I would put that on the radar also through the planning department and make sure that these are acceptable uses. Next slide. So 2023, again, we kind of looked at making this successful. They did say that we could launch in September, October. That's when the equipment would finally arrive based on these supply chain issues. But we didn't see the value in trying to roll something out and pull it back in. Again, we feel like we have kind of, I won't say one bite at the apple here, but we want to make sure we do this right. We want to make sure that the community is aware that it's embraced and that it's part of an overall comprehensive transportation strategy also. So we are going to take a step back and then launch in spring. So the task we're working through over the next couple of months is to finalize that agreement with the vendor. Their proposal also identified working with the local bike shop to go ahead and redistribute the bikes. So they have to go back out and they have to find the bikes sometimes, or if there's 10 bikes at one station and one at another, they go out and it's called rebalancing. They'll take the bikes and spread them back around town. Daily maintenance too, to make sure the bikes are maintained, both for operational but also for safety. So the bike share component or the bike shop component was a big bonus to us too, because there could be some kind of backlash from bike shops about us feeling like they're, we're coming into their business model or anything, but it provides an opportunity. And it also provides an opportunity that we found in Park City is to expose people to e-bikes that they never really used them before and they think they're great and they use them 3 times and then they go buy their own is what we saw. So that was a pretty awesome thing. So work on the marketing campaign and outreach plan. There are components within their program too to provide discounts to low income folks too, and to unbanked people that don't have banks or ATM cards that they could go check out a fob or a card at the local library too. So at the county library, they can check those out and they still have access to this system also, so that remove that barrier as well. So we'll work through all those details and just the final kind of pricing. Most of the pricing is done on an hourly, monthly, and then even a yearly basis too. So we want to make sure we kind of arrive at a good financial model that makes sense for them, but also is attractive to both visitors, residents, and low income folks also. Next slide. I want to get to the Q&A for you guys. So this is kind of, again, kind of our rundown of our phase launches. Worked within the county or the town controlled property where we know we have access, so we can provide that encroachment permit. then work with public agency facilities, so getting them to the regional park, getting them to the PUD in those areas as well. Maybe county facilities too, along Donner Pass Road, and those are again, those are consistent with our land use table right now because they're a public facility, so they provide kind of accessory uses. But the private commercial will be kind of the next step, and we've already talked to the chamber and the lodging properties and a bunch of other folks that are very eager to be part of this system also. So that would be kind of our phase 3, and they would have to work directly with the vendor and with the private property owner. Next slide. Success. So we will be tracking all this information. Those are some of the metrics. That's actually the dashboard we had in Park City down there. You know, how many rides and how many miles per year, how many rides since the beginning, VMT, but also some things you just can't measure. I mean, it's experience, it's quality of life, it's fun. It's those things as well. So we want to make sure that we kind of take all of those into account, and we would do public surveys that kind of capture some of that qualitative as well as our quantitative data as well. Next slide. I think I can finally give you guys back the floor here. So I'm here for any questions or any comments you might have.
No, that was a great presentation. Interesting.
Thank you.
So just off the top of my head though, so is there like explanations of how you use the bike? I mean, that's been a thing I always hear about, that it's not always just as easy to ride electric bike. And my other question would be is, does it run out of battery or something and you're stuck out in the middle of nowhere? How's that work?
So yes, there is kind of a how-to kind of tutorial, if you will. These are pretty self-explanatory, and they are, I want to be clear that these are pedal assist, so they're not just full electric, so you do have to work a little bit. So yeah, that is a good thing. And it does have a governor, if you will, and regulate it so they can only go up to 17 miles an hour. Now, if you're going downhill, that's, you know, that kind of goes out the window. But there is, and that's the thing about this technology, is rather self-explanatory with these docking stations. The ones we had, again, in Park City, they're really hard to dock, and people wouldn't dock them all the way, and they would continue to be charged, meaning billed. So there is some issues with that, but it would be part of that marketing and outreach, and with the bike shops and the chamber and Visit Truckee Tahoe has had bike ambassadors out on our trails this summer as well. So I could see a role in that. We also had a bike ambassador that would literally stand there certain busy days and help people get them and everything. But there is a little bit of a learning curve there too. And we want to make sure that their first experience is the best experience. So that's something we wanted to make sure we take some time back to kind of ensure before we did rollout. Other question was bike battery life. It does show the life of the battery, and it actually versus it's a smart kind of technology, so it will tell the bike shop operator what bikes are located where, how many are at each station, and what kind of battery life. So they do have batteries, so they can swap these out. So they will go and bring a battery rather than having to remove the whole bike, and they can go ahead and swap these out too. So they do have a rather long life. It will depend on kind of, you know, if they're riding, you know, up to Tahoe Donner versus just around downtown, just in the grade change and everything. But yeah, they should be able to inform the rider before they get out there. Now, we have had people stuck, and there was a 24-hour number we had in Park City where people could call and pick them up and everything.
Pick them up.
Yes.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Well, I'm going to open this up to the board. Dan, I see you.
Yeah, I'm looking at this last photo, the guy riding without a helmet. How does that work?
So yes, thank you for pointing that out, because I did, before I put that slide in there, I kind of thought about that too, because it is a real problem. And also is renting under 18 is a problem too. There is a condition when you rent the bike that you're under 18 and you will wear a helmet. We just had a bunch of helmets sent to us in the last week from Trek. So that's another bonus of having this vendor is they understand kind of the overall kind of culture of safe biking. Also, they're not just these micro mobility like a Uber or Lyft bike, and that's what these companies were back in the day. Trek and B-Cycle really understands the culture and safety. So we are working with some bike shops potentially to have vouchers where they could go rent a helmet and make them available potentially at the sites as well. Now, there are issues with that, whether people steal them or they stay with the bikes, but that's going to be somewhat of a learning curve also.
In the North Tahoe area, where would these be prohibited?
We haven't identified any place that they would be prohibited per se. You know, we've talked about whether downtown on Right now, we don't prohibit bikes on sidewalks, but we have some signage to walk bikes and things like that. But right now, there's not any prohibition.
Can you take them down 89 to Squaw?
Yes, you can.
Or to, what's the name of the place?
Palisades.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, sir. You can. And there is a bike lane along there as well. And then that would be critical about making sure that we understand that there are some stations at the location to receive the bikes as well also.
Yeah, because you always see people riding along 89 anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So there shouldn't be a restriction there. They're easier than those crazy little, you know, what do you
Dan,
call?
I do believe you were bucked off yours.
What?
I do believe you got bucked off yours.
Okay, I'm done.
The scooter? Yeah, the scooters are dangerous.
Heidi.
We can have a debate about that. I'm thrilled that Truckee is taking the lead on this and rolling this out. I'm so excited about this program. I have to say, watch these. I mean, this is the future, and these I'm sure will get better and better, and we'll figure out all some of the glitches. But when the scooters and the started coming out, I didn't know quite what to think. I was at a conference in San Diego where we were stumbling over them. They were lying all over the sidewalks. And I thought, I could never get on one of those. I'd fall off in 2 seconds flat. Well, last year in Europe, I was in Europe for a private vacation. And, Europeans walk all day long, everywhere. Everything takes a long time. And they had scooters there. And I was exhausted, and I said, my husband, we're figuring this thing out. And I got on the scooter for the first time there, and it was so easy and so much fun. And I used it every single day I could while we were there. We got from the Coliseum to, they were fantastic. It's just come a long way. And so, of course, the first thing I'm thinking is how can we do this in Nevada City and Grass Valley and Nevada County, but we have the hills. We have the long distances on the hills. So I got very curious about whether e-bikes was maybe the thing to do. And when you see areas like, I think Park City probably is doing that, San Diego, and then big cities in Europe, where the culture has been adopted, people understand it, they're in use everywhere. It works. There's probably the same problems you have with regular bikes. But it's fantastic. It cuts down on car use. It makes it easier for people who want to walk to go long distances. And I don't know how you could fall off of that thing. I'm telling you.
Oh, you can't.
So I'm really thrilled to hear about this. And I would love to be invited up when you roll this out to try it out.
Will do. Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks.
And we're very excited. And, parking problems and people looking for parking, that exacerbates kind of VMT and just congestion downtown. If people can just get there and put the bike in, they can, they start spending money. They start enjoying the town. They start, enjoying the experience a little more expeditiously versus, having a horrible experience trying to find a parking spot for 15 minutes and then maybe even just getting up. So
yeah, I hope it's successful and that we can maybe look at bringing it down the hill to us.
Absolutely. And when we did put together this RFP, like I said, we talked to Jeff and we talked to sustainability folks in Placer County as well, and make sure that this was, there might still be some procurement issues, but we want to make sure that it was competitive, it was transparent, that many vendors could submit, that this wasn't any type of a sole source selection or direct selection, that it was very well vetted and that people could, other communities could piggyback off that, which is, good government and streamline procurement.
Yeah, no, this is all great. Ed?
Well, I think you clarify, you haven't launched it yet.
No, we have not.
Yeah, but you did have a previous vendor in here that did not work out because it didn't have the docking.
Correct. Yes, it was Zagster is what it was, and they actually went bankrupt at the same time too. So there, it was kind of it wasn't doing very well. Whether it was awareness and it really was the model wasn't working, and they weren't pedal assist. So again, if you're not living at 5,000 or 6,000 feet, it's not a very, very good experience. So, and they're not highly visible without those docking stations either too. And then you have this nuisance and clutter issue. So again, I think it was kind of a blessing in disguise that now we've evolved a little bit and we've been able to recalibrate. And then my having experience of launched one kind of can learn from kind of the bumps in the road before also.
So you had one illustration in there, I think, that kind of showed the areas where you wanted to put them. those represented docking areas. Let's say that, today I'm at the Hampton Inn over here. There would be a docking station there.
Yes.
So you don't have to worry so much about having to go to a primary docking station and drive there and have parking to get to a docking station is what you're proposing here.
Correct. Yes. And that's what we want to be
Even
able
in
to.
your residential areas.
Yeah, and that's what I was just about to say. We want to be able to get back. What we found in microtransit is that, we need to get back in those neighborhoods because, once people, like I said, get in their car and they're not going to drive to the depot and then get onto a bus. So we need to make sure that it's convenient. And we do have locations, kind of these neighborhood nodes, if you will, at Glenshire and Tahoe Donner and at Weston Beach that they are willing to kind of take that first little walk with their coffee, maybe in the morning, and jump on a bike. And then that starts their day for them. So
that's pretty cool. Kind of explain the financial part of it, because I've never had the experience of doing it. So where is a profit made? I mean, there is a fee? Is it done by miles or hours, or how does that work?
it is a time-based fee. So some places, I did jot these down real quick, just for kind of a peer system, because we haven't arrived at those models yet. But in Park City, we had $30 per month. That was unlimited 30-minute trips. And then you had a 7-day pass. You have a walk-up pass, and then you have an annual pass. And the annual pass was like $90. So all year long, you can have hour rides, which in the town of Truckee, you can pretty much get anywhere on a bike within about an hour. So we will kind of structure that. And, we don't want to displace kind of, again, the low income folks or anything, but we also want to make sure that it's attractive to the visitor also. And make, they probably don't want an annual pass and they just want to rent for the hour. So there are hour, monthly, and then annual passes too.
Oh, I think it's great that you're really promoting this for a person that lives here. I think that's great.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We want to make sure people have options. Transit. Not everybody's going to run and jump on the bus, as much as I would love them to. That's not, necessarily. Not everybody wants to. They want to be able to kind of have an active lifestyle and maybe just, leave an extra 15 minutes to make that bike ride to work. And this way, they don't show up. Literally, this was a big benefit of having the e-bike share and pedal assist in Park City. You don't show up to work all sweaty, honestly. And you can go out and run errands at lunchtime when you may have taken transit and you have to say, hey, I got to run this errand at lunchtime. Oh, I know I can get on a bike. So it removes that kind of anxiety and barrier also, that you can still do things during the day if you didn't take your car or you carpooled.
Well, I like the idea also of more of the long range that you're talking about. But is there a liability concern to say, here again, I'm at the Hampton Inn and I want to go to the lake? Because of what are your highways like? Do you have bike lanes up here?
We do. We have about approximately, I think, about 200 miles of all of our systems. So again, kind of going back to that discussion on the equity in our transportation system, we've, as a town, I can't take zero credit for this since I've been here 11 months, but the town's been very, very proactive. And when we reconstruct roads and redesign roads, we put in bike lanes along there too, recognizing not everybody needs to get on a bike trail. So we put in those lanes and signage. And engineering just put in buffered bike lanes on Northwoods up to Truckee to give people a little more buffer of the bike between car and bike friction as well. So we're continuing to invest in alternative and active transportation modes. So that helps definitely, not just throwing people out on an e-bike without the infrastructure to support it.
I think this is wonderful, Alfred, and I think it's we'll be watching the program up here. I think where's Trish? Yeah. So thank you for your presentation.
Absolutely, thank you for having us.
So $90 for an annual pass, and is that billed on or hour increments?
That makes it available for hour increments. So if you rented the bike, you would have an hour free based on that. Not free, but it would be paid for the annual pass. If you go over, sometimes there's a charge of like $2 per extra 30 minutes or things like that. So
okay, and that's all handled through the application, and
it is. Yeah, they handle all the financial.
Just doesn't shut off, and you're stuck out in the middle between Palisades and Truckee somewhere.
No. It's all smart technology. It's done through the app and everything too. And the financial transactions are all handled through them. So again, that was one through the procurement. It was more of a turnkey program. And that's how we framed it in the RFP, is we wanted a turnkey program. We didn't want this to be, there's only 5 or 6 of us in the whole engineering and transit department. So we wanted to make sure it was successful and somebody that could really, really support the program and not be kind of a workload issue for us also.
Okay, one other question. So that was interesting. You talked about that. Let's say that's where you, of course, I think that's when people buy their bikes. Let's say you're coming from town, you want to catch transit to your work there. You have to ride the bike to there, and then you want to go there, and then you want to ride from work wherever you get off the bus. Would the bike go with you, or would you have to hope there's a spot where the bus stops?
You would have to redock it.
You would redock it, and then you'd find the next one on the next spot.
Correct. And right now we have a fare-free system up here too on our transit. So there's no kind of fares or having to now pay for transit. You can really make that seamless
I love it.
kind of trip without having to, with gas being $7 an hour, or not $7 an hour, $7 a gallon. I mean, it starts penciling out for people economically, but also, just making it seamless in terms of, how to make that trip, which is a lot of the anxiety with people like, I don't even want to use transit because I don't know how to read the schedule. I don't know I don't want to fumble around with cash or change or anything too. So it would be to make that seamless and to make sure that those stations are situated and located to complement our transit system also. And Plaster's TART system too, which we operate cooperatively together.
I know this sounds exciting. It's going to be fun to see this roll out. I could see that. I wasn't the scooter thing. San Diego scared me. 3 people went home with sprained ankles and a broken leg. I wasn't doing the scooters in San Diego either, but the bike intrigues me. And I've been up here and rode along the river up there, and should be nicer on the uphill to have the assist. Coming back was a lot easier than going up. But this is great. This is exciting.
Yeah.
Or like I love staying at the motel. Like you'd take the bike and ride into town and then come back. I would love that.
Yeah,
or to the park, go to the concert in the park or watch a baseball game.
Yeah, and that's really the philosophy. We understand that Tahoe has and Truckee has always, it's been predominantly a drive-up market, and people are going to still arrive, a lot by their car. But if we can give them options to do a park once mentality, that car maybe sits for 5 days and they don't get back in their car until they're ready to leave town, then we've been successful.
Yeah, this was a great presentation. So Heidi, you want to say something else? Then I better open up to public comment.
I just want to add, I've been thinking about that too. I live up Brunswick out Greenhorn. There's that huge hill. And forever I've been trying to figure out how could I get exercise while I'm going town, back, walk. Bicycles are impossible. You see people doing it, but I would ride an e-bike from my house downtown to Grass Valley and back. And then I'd have my errands done and I'd have my exercise for the day. I mean, I think you're underselling how much fun this is, honestly.
It is.
It's fun.
Well, my council folks in Park City always say, well, how many VMTs are reduced? How many got, I'm like, sometimes people just want to get on the bike and they want to, they're here to experience our town and the beautiful kind of geography and everything. And if they do that without getting in a car, then that's a great thing. Or maybe it's a trip they wouldn't have made, without that bike being available too. So it is fun, and it's fun kind of the whole demographic that if a family comes here, and again, you're supposed to be 18, but 18 to, your grandparents or something, everybody can ride these bikes that aren't necessarily going to be a kind of a health issue or an experience issue. So
yeah, I see the helmet thing is going to be how you manage the helmet part. That will be the interesting part.
Yes, it will be. And I got tons of calls on that all the time. Well, they're not wearing helmets. I'm like,
yeah, I can see that part. Even hanging them, then putting your helmet off, and if somebody else had it on, so there'll be some little things with that. But
it was a COVID issue too at the time too, and we had to start, like going out and sanitizing things, and people were like, I don't want to wear this helmet, and so there are, it's going to be a constant thing.
I'm excited to see this roll out. Like I said, we'll have to come up and take a ride when it does, huh? Go ahead, Ed. One more time, then I better do a public comment.
I could envision a docking at, say, North Star, and where you would come in and for, say, like a 3-day ski weekend or something like that. And the traffic's so bad going up there, where you could come in early, get your motel, get yourself set up, go up, bring your ski equipment up to the North Star, have your docking stations there, leave your car at North Star if they let you. And then for that next 3 days, you do the bicycle. I thought that would, the mess that is out here during ski season on the weekends, it's like, wow, that would really be a great way of going.
Yeah, and that's something the town is also really invested in too, is doing our winter maintenance too, is we've really invested in doing winter maintenance, and we just reauthorized our transportation, our trails sales tax also, and we've been spending a lot more resources on making sure that those facilities are usable and viable in the winter too. Last winter, you probably could have used it. Sadly, 95% of the winter, you would have big snow walls still. But those other days, it would have been nice and sunny. So, but no, that's a great point.
See you riding in the middle of winter on one of those bikes up to North Star Inn. I would pay to see that.
This has been a really great presentation. With that, I'd like it to open up. Is there anybody who has any public comment? Welcome to come up to the podium. Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, my name is Barney Dewey. And excuse me, I wasn't planning on talking. Great presentation. Think it's a wonderful idea. I only have one question. I live in Old Greenwood. We have 2 Class 1 bike trails into Old Greenwood, and I noticed on your map you're not supporting that community. So I would just encourage, and this has been an issue here, I noticed with the microtransit also, that community is being left out. And we have a couple of hundred residents in there. So thank you. That's my comment.
Thank you for that comment. Is there any other public comment in the chamber? Julie, do we have anybody online? Or not online, keep saying online, on the phone?
Yes, Chair, we do have one caller.
Okay, let's bring that caller in,
Can we
please.
bring the caller in, please?
Hi, Matthew Coulter, sitting in the Board of Supervisors office. It's the most access I can get to the meeting, unfortunately. Did we already do 33?
So actually, we had to skip around a little bit tonight. Right now, we're on item 34, and we're talking about the e-bike program that they're going to do here in Truckee.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine too. That's fine. I've been following it very closely. Here on this side of the hill, we really don't have any bike lanes. The ones we do that are posted are unusable. They're full of gravel and glass. The failure of recognizing using a bicycle as a mode of transportation on the west side is sadly depleted due to the lack of maintenance on our basic, what we did create over the number of years as far as infrastructure. I mean, most of the weeds are growing out into the bike lanes, covering them, as well as being full of grass and gravel. So when I see excitement about these advanced projects in Truckee and see nothing being done locally here for bicycles on the west slope, it's disconcerting to me in a large level. We have no bike racks over here. If you go to any store, look for a bike rack, please. Please, there's like 2 in town, I think, total. The entire Grass Valley. Nevada City, too, I think they have 1. Well, no, they might have. Yeah, they did put it back in after the commercial street remodel. 1 bike rack for the entire town. There's one at the library here. That's pretty nice. I'm concerned about EMS and our failing EMS system because a lot of people, like I've just heard all you guys say, wow, I'm interested. I've never done it. I'm going to do it. Ooh, it's fun. Number 1 ER visit, wrist and head injuries from scooters when those were promoted in San Francisco, California in general. I see a lot of people being put on bikes that are way too big for them. I mean, 5'3" women on bikes that should be for a 6'4" man, and they're negotiating these things, the weight of them. As far as the west slope goes on the bus system, my bike fell off the front of the bus and got run over because our roads are so rough. The racks won't even maintain the bikes. And people that do use that system bring their own straps to hold their bikes on the front of the buses because the roads are so heinous. Your bike will fly into the air under the bus. And it's standard operating procedure. I'm curious about theft, recycling of batteries, and how we're going to keep them out of the waterways, because even right now there's a nice electric scooter in Wolf Creek laying there, and I've been meaning to get it, but I got to go over a fence to get it out of there. Yeah, all those lithium batteries that are all being mined by small African children are a concern to me with this rush to electrify everything. Not all of us can go on a private European vacation and see how the Europeans have done it for many years. They're very bicycle oriented. It's very easy system to get your bike on a bus, a train, in electric walkways, all kinds of different things they have over there for bikes and always have. America is automobile driven, 100%. So when you ride back around the West Slope, you're going to get people honking, yelling, throwing things at you, swerving at you. It's scary.
Okay, thank you, Mike.
So
thank you, Matthew. Good comments.
That's great on the East Slope, but what do we get? What do we get on the West Slope is my question.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Any other callers, Julie?
That was the last caller, but I did want to report that Supervisor Bullock is in the Teams meeting now, and he can attend by listening. I don't believe he's able to participate by speaking.
Okay, but he's listening in.
Yeah, so if I hear something other than that, I'll let you know.
Okay, great. Well, it's good to know he's listening in. I know this is disappointing for him not to be here. This is his area, and he is really loving and embracing his job up here and all the activity that's going on in District 5. So, and I know he supports us. He's a bike rider. We're really looking forward to that big, well, I'm not looking forward to it except for maybe to watch, but you know, he's got that, what is it? The Tour of the Gold. What's that going to be where they do the gravel ride that he's kind of put up together. So, I know that this has got to be close to his heart. This is a good thing. So Julie, do we have any written comments?
No, Chair, no written comments.
Okay, then we'll close public comment and come back to the board for any last comments. And let's see though, and I would just say he gave a few questions. I know you heard those. Is
Yes.
there any of those you could kind of comment on?
Yes, the battery, that is an issue with kind of disposal and recycling. They put together a proposal or approach, and they do have a program for kind of cradle to grave recycling also. So that is something that they did identify within their proposal as well, meaning B-Cycle, the vendor. So it is something we have contemplated. Again, the devil's kind of in the details of where does it still go and those things, but that has been identified because that was, it's been an issue, just within the industry also. Theft, it's kind of always an issue. I mean, people that steal are going to steal, but they do have to have a card, and sometimes they are charged for that. Same thing with vandalism too. Many times we see kind of out on the street, and again, it's kind of a thing for the community. It's kind of self-policing also in terms of people kind of know the exposure and everything. So, but those are our issues as well, and something that we would have to kind of through a kind of iterative process kind of adapt to, I guess. So. But yeah, on the West Slope, again, we contemplated some of that and included our partners. So we're hoping that this can, once we launch, it's can find its way to the West Slope also, and to our friends down south in Placer County.
Great, thanks, Alfred. This was a great presentation. Like I said, we're really look forward to seeing it roll out. I mean, like anything, there's going to be some hiccups. There are a lot of folks that do ride bikes already. We do have EMS. I'm sure they're ready for all those kinds of challenges as we move forward. And we'll just hope that we don't have a lot of theft going on. We're going to see people really enjoying this. And again, policed by the people. And you do have to card to get it out of there in the first place. So you kind of have to be able to. So does it have like a GPS though, so you can find it?
Yes, they do.
Right. So that was the idea. I thought I heard that you could see if somebody was low on battery, you almost can track where your bikes are headed. So
and you know how many docks are occupied and which ones are vacant, so you can actually know where to take the bike that is not going to be 100% full also, and then maybe you get charged for another 15 minutes that you weren't anticipating to.
Technology, isn't it amazing?
Yeah, the apps are.
You have I know we've been on this well, but this has been a pretty exciting conversation. Go ahead.
I just want to reiterate, I think, how fantastic it is. And just to keep the bigger picture, this is the future. We're learning new modes of transportation. We're learning new modes of functioning in this world. When the car came out for the first time, there were a lot of naysayers and a lot of worries. There are bugs that have to be worked out, but we should be learning from each other, from Europe, from other cities. Like, you're bringing your experience from Park City, and that's excellent because you already know some of the obstacles that you have to overcome here. So I think we just need to keep a bigger picture. Where do we want to be in 5 and 10 years? How do we replace some of the cars, and how do we make it easier to get around? And I just think we should be supporting this kind of innovative thinking. So just giving you my go for it.
No, this has been great. Thank you again for a great presentation.
Yeah,
Appreciate it. Did you have anything else? Perfect. Well, thank you. Again, we appreciate you being here.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. And thank you for running the slide deck too.
Okay, so we're going to move on to our next presentation, which is going to be, we're going to see we're looking at doing a letter of support for the Sierra Buttes Trail Stewardship to Connected Communities Trail Master Plan. And Greg Williams, I believe, is here. He's the executive director. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me.
No, no worries. We are flexible, as you've seen today. We use that good word pivot very well.
All right, thanks for having me. My name is Greg Williams. I'm Executive Director of Sierra Buttes Trail Stewardship. I'm also a descendant of the Deer Creek Band of Northern Sierra Miwok. My people have been here for more than 10,000 years. Miners massacred and displaced my tribe and forced us from our homeland, which was where the current site of Nevada City, Grass Valley, and Alta Sierra is now. My great-great-great-grandfather fled north, and he headed up into the North Yuba Canyon up near where Downeyville is now. And by the time the miners showed up, he was quite intimate with the river canyons and the plants and the animals, and knew where the gold was. So he started running pack mules, and he started leading the miners up into the remote mines and into the neighboring communities, and connected with this family known as Shaughnessy's, who had a supply shop there, and started to build some of the trails that we know today that are world famous in Downeyville for recreation. This is Downeyville in 1854. This is a scene when Downeyville had upwards of 10,000 people living in the river canyons. And, they basically fire saved the community by cutting down the trees and building the town and rerouted the rivers. But this is a pictograph from 1854. So growing up in Nevada City, my parents had a Jeep, this 1942 Jeep, and we would spend our summers jeeping around and going to these remote sites upwards of around Downeyville. This picture on the right is my mom has this funny story about we were stuck for 10 days in the same spot until another Jeeper came along and actually pushed us out. So it was always an adventure, jeeping around. My dad had these old maps from the gold rush era. And so we would try and find some of these old places, some of the old cabins. We always had a garbage bag with us, and we always left it cleaner than we found it. And as a teenager growing up in Nevada City, my parents bought me a mountain bike, and changed my life really forever. I was familiar with Downeyville. I was familiar with some of the trails, and I would really just go out and try and find, some of these old trails and kind of just destroy myself a little bit. It was a lot of survival out there, but I got to know the trail system, and I soon realized that maybe I could make an income guiding trips up in the Sierra. So I started a guide company in 1991, guided my first trip, started to make some money. And one of the first things I did was start to fly editors of magazines in to visit Downeyville. And one of the first stories that came out was this magazine, Mountain Bike Action, and it said, "Is this the world's best downhill?" And my phone started ringing. I was starting to make some money, and then started to invite other magazines out. And then I worked with the Sierra County Chamber and the Downeyville community to bring the Downeyville Classic to the town in 1995 to help not replace an economy, but at that point the timber industry was leaving town, the gold mining was starting to leave, dredging was outlawed, and so a lot of working families were starting to leave. And so working with the chamber was to bring recreation in and to bring awareness about what an incredible trail system there was here in Downeyville. So things were going pretty good until 2001. I had permits to run the race. I had permits to guide. We were running shuttles. And in the winter of 2001, left our trail systems in really bad shape. So there were hundreds of trees down, and there was no way we were going to be able to invite tourists up to come enjoy these trails because you couldn't even get through them. So there were 3 of us living in town at the time, and we saved up and we bought a chainsaw and we launched ourselves into the woods. And on the very first tree, we got the chainsaw stuck. So the next day we headed down to Grass Valley and we bought another chainsaw and doubled our inventory, and we got that saw out, and we working with the National Forest, the Tahoe National Forest, we just kind of started partnering and kind of taking matters into our own hands as a group of locals trying to get those trails open. And in 2003, we got our nonprofit status, and we're in the business of revitalizing mountain communities, and we use trails as the tool to do it. So while we take care of the trails, we also take care of each other. And so up north of here, these communities are severely disadvantaged. And so being able to create jobs is really important to us. We're also at the largest watershed of the Sierra Nevada, the Feather River and the Yuba River. Those rivers deliver 65% of California's clean drinking water. They also, for agriculture, help to grow food that gets delivered all over the world. And at the same time, we want to create a learning landscape where we can talk about the history. We're in the homeland of the Miwok, the Maidu, the Nisenan, the Washoe, the Paiute, and the Pitt River tribes. So we really want to showcase the history and be able to bring people onto public lands and tell the story about the history here. And we want to have good times with good people. So up where I live in Plumas County, and have had a business in Sierra County for over 30 years, we were 2 of the richest counties twice. We were during the gold rush and during the timber boom. We extracted a lot of resources. The jobs all came from that working landscape. And as those jobs started to disappear, we lost a lot of population. Our unemployment rate went up over 16%. And that's a lot because we're surrounded by national forests. We're 70% national forest. The national average is 8%. So we depend a lot on our partnerships with those national forests. So in 2003, we filed for our nonprofit status. And since that time, we've built over 114 miles of brand new trail on national forest lands. We've maintained well over 1,500 miles, contributed over 100,000 hours of volunteer labor. And last year, before the Dixie Fire, we had 72 employees. 36 of those were high school students. And when the Dixie Fire broke out, we went down to 13 employees. So we've been heavily impacted through wildfires. So during that time, before we were on fire, before we had a pandemic, I introduced this idea to the Sierra Nevada Conservancy about a plan called Connected Communities, with the idea of connecting mountain towns by a single track trail for recreation, in hopes of creating jobs, in hopes of driving folks into those main streets of the towns. And so where we're at right now is we're trying to rebuild, we're trying to recover, and we're trying to create some resilience amongst our communities. So Connected Communities is really about that. And so it connects 15 towns, including Truckee, Reno, all the way up to Susanville, Chester. During the Dixie Fire, we lost one of our towns. We lost the historic town of Greenville. We're still committed to rebuild that town and to have recreation be part of the revival of that mountain town. So we have the Pacific Crest Trail that runs through our region. And so what makes this different, we want to call this these connections, these single track connections. We want to develop this route and have it be a signature route called the Lost Sierra route. And what makes it a little bit different than the Pacific Crest Trail, which travels from Canada to Mexico, is that we want this trail to come right into the main streets of the town. We want people to be able to ride their bike, walk right from the motel, right from the restaurant, really drive an economy into the main street. Whereas the Pacific Crest Trail is more of a backcountry wilderness experience. It's also only open to hiking and equestrian. We want this trail to be a trail for everyone. So whether you're hiking, biking, on your horse, motorcycle, e-bikes, we want people to really be able to have that experience. As long as they can fit on a single track trail, they're more than welcome to come visit our towns. And this is why it's going to work, because recreation is an $887 billion a year industry. It's the third largest economy in the United States. And we're going to hit all these sectors from fishing to wheel sports to camping to trail sports, which is 201 billion of that 887 billion. So we've spent the last couple of years really telling this story, meeting with community members, meeting with government agencies, really trying to answer any questions, gather support, and also like really figure out this project. Like, what did we get ourselves into here, and how do we make this the people's plan? So to date, we have Butte, Sierra, Plumas, Lassen counties. All their boards of supervisors are signed on to this. I'm here today to ask the Nevada County supervisors to sign on to this. We have 5-year agreements with the Plumas, Lassen, Tahoe National Forests, as well as the Pacific Southwest region, which is all of California's national forests. So we really did our due diligence to make this a collaborative effort. It's bipartisan. We have Congressman LaMalfa, Senator Dolly, Assemblywoman Dolly. So we've really done our due diligence to make sure that any questions are answered. If there were concerns, we've addressed those concerns. And so we started really, once we got funded, we started with a website. And we also started to do targeted Facebook and Instagram ads, which were some of the first that were, through Sierra Nevada Conservancy. It was kind of a new concept. We were during a pandemic. So how are we going to reach out to the communities? How are we going to get the word out to the public? We also made a informational film called A Trail for Everyone. I encourage you all to check it out, not just because I'm in it, but because it's a really good story about our community and the effects that we've gone through and how we feel like this project is really going to shape our future. And we made a ton of phone calls, emails, my first Zoom meetings. Really, we were going to do 16 town hall meetings, and I ended up in over 100 meetings, whether they were with individuals or socially distanced in the park. We also put out this survey. Businesses were closed at the time, so we went to all essential businesses, and we had these kiosks with information, with a paper packet, with maps, surveys. People could actually draw in on the surveys. They had maps for each individual region. They were able to drop them at this box. We had these at like every grocery store, bank, gas station, hardware store, really just trying to get the word out. And here's what we ended up with. We also had it available online, so it was accessible to everybody. And so we got 68% of the locals to fill this out. We had almost 1,200 people fill out this survey. So 98% said trails were important. 79% said extremely important. 96% of our communities said they wanted to be connected with other towns. One of our favorites is 88% of the people that filled out this survey said they would help maintain and build this route. We surveyed 237 businesses throughout our communities, which was almost every single one of them. 87% said that this trail system would positively affect their business. And where we fell off a little bit is some of the main streets up where we are, like gas companies, or they're not necessarily a main street style of business. So even though they were surveyed, they didn't feel like maybe this was going to affect them in a positive way. So these were some of the meetings we had. We had these big maps, these topographic maps that when they're all laid out, they're 12 feet by 16 feet. They're a dry erase marker. So we would take this to every community and people could dry erase marker on these maps. And then we would take a picture of it. We'd geo-reference it. We'd erase it and then let the next people come in. So we really started to see patterns of where people wanted to go, where they didn't want to go. And then we started to take that information back to the communities after these meetings. So this was a real back and forth process. We've met with the Forest Service, each district of the forest with this information to make sure that heritage, wildlife, botany, hydrology, recreation all had input, whether there were known areas that we needed to avoid. So we're really trying to get this trail route in the optimum location. And so right now we're out ground truthing. over 600 miles of trail to connect these communities. And what ground truthing is we've gone through all the mapping. We have really detailed GIS mapping, but we need to make sure that the trails are still in the optimum location. There's no wetlands or there's no cliff areas that we didn't see while we're mapping. So basically crawling through the woods, hanging flags, geo-referencing this stuff, and then bringing our findings back to the National Forest. So you can find these maps online, but this is basically the northern region. This connects up into Susanville, Chester, Westwood, Greenville, Taylorsville, actually over to Jonesville, which is in Butte County, which will be a true Trans-Sierra crossing, down here into Truckee, you know, up into the Sierra Valley. And then one thing that came from these was that we didn't really anticipate was these recreation zones. So people started to, through these mapping, they started to identify areas that were near their town that maybe they recreate now or there aren't recreation opportunities. So we're calling them recreation zones. These were identified by community members of places on National Forest land where they'd like to see additional recreation. And this is how we're going to get that Main Street trailhead where people can just walk or bike right from their town into the National Forest. We want to create this learning landscape with interpretive signage, stacked loop trail systems. So you can imagine, you know, ADA accessible trails right from the get-go with parking, bathroom, kiosk. And then as you move up into the system, the trails get a little more technical, maybe a little bit more narrow. So everybody can get kind of that experience that they're looking for. And then we're confident this meets the 30 by 30 conservation initiative, which President Biden is pushing on, which is to conserve 30% of our lands. We don't have to have wilderness. We don't have to have a national monument. We can actually have these recreation zones that could be, through Congress, become national recreation areas. So it's just another tool that we have to be able to conserve our lands and provide access for the public. And while we've been catching on fire, we've also been really trying to figure out, like, how do we fit in? Like, how do we reimagine ourselves? What's our future? So we're really looking at these recreation zones. A lot of those areas are in these wildland urban intermix areas between private and public lands, where we can look at, you know, fuels management projects and using recreational trails as permanent sustained control fire lines. And also implementation of cross-boundary thinning. So how do we use these trails to reintroduce fire, you know, to underburn, to limb up the trees, to create kind of a park setting that provides access for recreation, but also fire safes these communities and allows the community to have access. And, you know, through volunteer efforts, these fire lines keep getting maintained for generations. So this is a project that we just submitted to Sierra Nevada Conservancy. This will be our first recreation zone that we design and implement. This is an 82,000 acre zone that connects Loyalton, Sierraville. So this is a grant that got submitted to Sierra Nevada Conservancy. We're still in the application process, so we'll see how it goes. But within this recreation zone is a portion of the Lost Sierra route that connects into Truckee. This is the south end of it. This is a project we're partnering with the Truckee Ranger District on. It's called the East Zone. It's already been through the NEPA process, so it has an environmental assessment already complete to get us from Truckee up past Boca, Stampede, and that's where we're tying in the Connected Communities project. So we are aware of a lot of projects that are already in the mix, and so we're tying the Trails Master Plan into what's already existing and what's proposed. So we only need $40 million. So I'll take whatever you got today, maybe $1 million, $1.5 million. You know, but for us, like to really revitalize all these communities for $40 million, we feel like is a pretty minimal investment to really help us reimagine, create jobs, and keep our area prosperous. So we're in phase one. We're ready to complete the Trails Master Plan by the end of the year. Our ground truthing crew is on task to be able to really wrap this up. We have portions that are already into environmental review, and then we have sections that are already currently under construction that make up this Lost Sierra route. So we want to complete this by 2030. You know, again, going back to that survey, was people are like, when do we start? How do we make this happen now? We need help right now. So 2030 seems like a long ways, but we also got a lot of work to do. So some of the ways we're doing this is we're turning every couch cushion and writing every grant that we see appropriate. We're also seeking individual donors through a Vision Circle program. We have a Friends of the Stewardship that allows people to donate, 25 cents, or allows them to come dig in the trail with us. But we also need serious investment. So we have this Vision Circle program. We're asking people to donate a 3-year commitment starting at $2,500 a year. All the way up to, that $1 million check that folks hopefully will write someday. And then we also have a partner collective. This is our industry partners like Sierra Nevada Brewing, Patagonia, Santa Cruz Bicycles, Tahoe Truckee Lumber just signed on with us, Dolan Auto Group in Reno. So it's a real wide mix of businesses that really want to give back to their communities. And that's what we're going to use to leverage all these grant funds and to support our efforts outside of grants. And we also have an Adopt a Trail program where friends, families, businesses can sponsor maintenance on trails. This is really going to be the long-term key to maintaining all these routes. They're built through best practices. They don't need a lot of maintenance. They do need some maintenance. And so this Adopt a Trail program is how we envision that ongoing maintenance program happening. So this is our website, sierratrails.org. That's my email, and I invite you all to participate and help us. Come visit us up there. And thank you for the opportunity. I'd appreciate letter of support from the Nevada County Board of Supervisors, and just really appreciate you hearing my story and taking the time.
No, that was awesome, Greg. Yeah, that was great because we adopted recreation as one of our 2022 priorities, and working on a recreation master plan as well. So it kind of all fits right in there, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I know, it's kind of exciting to listen about that. So I'm going to open up this board for questions or comments. Heidi, do you want to start? Because this is pretty exciting.
I'm just going to be a huge cheerleader again for just like was for the last item. This is again just brilliant. Look at the future. This is again future, the way we should be looking at how to use our public lands. I'd love to actually bring this presentation to our National Public Lands Committee. Folks who have so much public lands in their communities are, scared and concerned and worried about the loss of income. This is an answer. It's an opportunity. It's not a problem. It's an opportunity. So I'm just thrilled to see how far you've gotten with this and what it looks like. I'm assuming the Pines to Mines Trail that we're working on down in Nevada City would connect to Truckee, would end up being maybe a piece of this or an offshoot of this. Is that?
Absolutely. As this project grows, and one thing I just want to say, really appreciate the Sierra Nevada Conservancy. They're instrumental in this project, and just their staff is so nurturing to help you kind of navigate through this. But we wrote this grant, and it was really Sierra Plumas, Lassen County focused. We knew this East Zone project was going to kick off here in Nevada County, but we didn't want to overwhelm ourselves also. But one thing that we're looking at is we want to develop this recipe book for other communities of how the community can engage with itself and with land managers and move projects forward from a moonshot idea to actually getting it done. And so the Pines to Mines would definitely plug into this connected communities. We've been working with Truckee Dirt Union, the Truckee Dirt Riders, Truckee Trails Foundation, TAMBA, Truckee Donner Land Trust, trying to collaborate as much as we can. We don't want to just come into Nevada County and be like, hey, we're in your neighborhood. We know how to do this. This is really grassroots effort and idea sharing, and just trying to have best practices and really, again, create that recipe book of how you can move things forward and things that we've learned, things we've done well, things we've learned, don't do that again. And so being able to share that across the nation is really our goal through this project, as well as trying to revive our economies.
Yeah, I think we can help with that. I would love to share this. I love also that you're looking at all access trails. So we aren't getting into the sort of the fight among trail users. Let's figure out how to make it accessible to everybody. And honestly, to me, this is such a win-win. It's good for economic development for all of our towns. It's good for fire safety. I love that you're including that. How can we make these trails sort of fuel breaks in some areas potentially? So it's good for fire safety. It's good for mental health, more access to recreation and outdoors. I just think it's fabulous. So thanks for sharing this. I was aware of this project, but not aware of the details or how far it's already come. So would love to help.
Yeah, in terms of like the fuels management, I mean, that's something like we're trying to figure out, right? Because we've been through a lot over the last couple of years. I mean, over 70% of our county is burned. But, you know, going back to just that education piece is a lot of people that come from the cities, they might not know they're on public lands, you know, like trails are that gateway for us to educate them and really talk about why we need fuels management, you know, why we need, you know, timber projects. It's not to clear cut the forest, you know, it's to create healthy forests and healthy watersheds. So this project is going to really include a lot of that interpretive signage and learning landscape to where people have a better understanding. And when they have a measure that they're voting for public lands or for watersheds or for healthy forests, they have a better understanding and maybe they're going to vote for it and help fund organizations like Sierra Nevada Conservancy that make such a difference in our communities.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is excellent.
Yeah, I like the connection to the historic towns. And all you need is money, Greg. You know, you write a check and away you go. But the partnerships you're building are impressive, and the amount of interest that you've generated is taking a lot of work. But again, recreation in Northern California, especially Northern California, is something that's on everyone's mind. And again, this is a great way to get people out, out into the woods safely. And again, you put people out in the woods and you don't know what's going to happen. But you get responsible people out there that understand the sensitivity of the woods. And again, Plumas, you're right. Plumas County, 70% burned. They need to understand that. And you get people out of the big metropolitan areas up here, you know, get them to appreciate, you know, the watershed that we have in the Sierra. And I think that is paramount to understanding what type of resilience we need in California as we, you know, experience drought and lack of water. So, you know, congratulations on where you are so far and where you're going to be.
Yeah, we have this acronym that we use internally, IDEA, which is inclusion, diversity, equity, and access for recreation. And the more we meet with groups is like, there's this whole safety element of like, why, you know, making people feel safe. So for us, like really doing a good job with the mapping, you know, at the kiosks where the trailheads are, having like QR codes where you can scan them, having free mapping software that you can go in and really have, you know, a good idea of where you're headed, where, you know, so I just think like we're trying to consider a lot of different things, but safety and encouraging people that wouldn't normally like want to go out on a trail to get out there is going to be the key.
But the signage, and just tell people, be smart when you're out in the woods.
Yeah.
Ed?
Thank you, Greg. I enjoyed the presentation and appreciate the work that you're putting into this. Maybe off a little bit, but Heidi mentioned the Pines to Mines Trail and the all access. And with that particular trail, we found controversy, and especially between the equestrian part of it and the bike part. E-bike and I don't even think motorbike was discussed. But what are you finding in your existing trails? Are yours all inclusive, or?
Those are our favorite.
Are they?
Yeah, I think.
Now, I know Pacific Crest Trail. I know that's limited.
That's hiking and equestrian.
Yeah.
I mean, up where we are, like we have so much land. We have so much public lands. You know, we have opportunities if people don't want to be around other people. They can certainly go do that. With the e-bike element, I found a lot of it's like fear-based of like this really bad thing is going to happen. You know, like the world's going to end because of e-bikes. And I've seen like nothing but positivity. I've seen elders out riding. I've seen, like, for my son who has type 1 diabetes, who's 12 years old, I can take him on 20-mile rides with me. Like, he would never do that. You know, I think it just provides more access, another tool that people have to be able to recreate. I know since the Tahoe Forest has allowed e-bikes on certain trails, they went through a whole environmental assessment to decide which trails would be open. There hasn't been any user conflicts. People get along. I think there's still good people out there, you know, and I feel like people behave in the right way. They just need some education. They need to have opportunities to participate. And you know, not every trail should be open to e-bikes or motorcycles, but I feel like if they're planned really well, if they're in the optimum location, if the sight lines are really well done, just all these kind of like best practices and how we build trails today. It's not like how the miners built them in the old days to just get from point A to point B straight up the hill. We're meandering these trails, like we're showcasing the area, and also, you know, it just provides people's heads are up more, I guess I would say. You know, you're not on a really steep trail, your head's down, just watching right in front of you, your head's up, you're enjoying the atmosphere. And so it's just a different interaction with folks.
Well, I have to tell you, I like your history too. I mean, it's like you're not just a weekend guy that likes to go out and do his trail hiking, and you're not somebody that has the mountain bikes and ride some of these wonderful trails that I can't imagine ever doing. But so I think that your experience, and when you do make your influence more visible in Western Nevada County, especially, I think you're pretty well known up here. It'll make a big difference to work with people like Bear Yuba Land Trust. I assume you probably do work to them to some degree.
Oh yeah, I grew up working under Bill Hare as an intern.
Okay,
with
all
the
right,
Forest
there you go.
Service. So he's a big influence in my life. When I got my first permit in Downeyville, Bill Hare was the rec director on the Yuba River Ranger District, and really was like, "Hey Williams, you need to start taking care of this place a little bit, you know." And so if you're going to get this permit, there's responsibility that goes along with it. So,
Well, I think you got our vote then. Okay.
yeah.
Thanks so much for what you're doing, Greg.
Thank you.
Yeah, this was a great presentation. And I like that idea because right in there you say, you know, this is a trail for everyone. That's really that's the connection that you're making. And you can find trails that are specific, but this trail is really going to be for everyone, whether you're like, I like that grandmothers with babies in their backpacks. I'm not packing my grandbaby in her backpack, but I'm going to say, I love that. I know that area from Downeyville. I rode that country as a little kid because my grandma ran cows up there for years. So I know the trails, the horse trails, and there's some that could really be improved over time. There's some that used to take my breath away. I'm not kidding you. So,
Yeah.
and I can't even ride bikes on the ones that I rode on. So you are pretty amazing with that. So this is exciting. And I think we all look at recreation, what we're doing in our community, like the Pines to Mine. Yeah, there is some, you know, there was some issues with, you know, what it was going to really be used for, the equine people, the bike people. I do think though that can all just blend together and work, and we can continue. And you know what else I love is, yeah, Pluma's burned up. That's been terrible, but you can find the positive stuff in that. Those trails will be easier to cut for a while, right? And the education that can go on with that as it starts to regrow. So I just see this as a win-win. I'm excited. This was a great presentation, and to see how far you are on this, especially with the environmental studies and the NEPA and all those things that are done. So congrats on that.
Thank you.
So, and with that, I forgot almost, public comment. I'm going to open up public comment. And Julie, is there anyone on the line?
We do have one caller.
Okay, let's bring the caller on.
Can we bring the caller in, please?
Hi, Chairman of the Board. This is Matthew Coulter calling in to comment on this, whatever you just called it, presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Hi, Greg. How you doing there? How's it hanging?
He's good. He's listening. Go ahead.
I think a lot of people locally have history with Greg. I think he still owes a lot of people a lot of money as far as business partners over the year. He has scammed a lot of people. I mean, it's not a secret.
Really, Matthew?
That he left. Yes, absolutely. That he left the county because of this.
We don't talk like that in public comment. No attacks on people. If
We
you'd
don't
like to talk about the
things that are
trail,
of
talk about the
interest
trail.
to the general public. Is that right?
I do have a
Chairman?
history with Matthew
Chairman?
Coulter. I'd appreciate if he was not able to comment.
See, there you go. Shut down public comment. You guys are doing illegal meetings and giving money to these kind
we're
of
not gonna,
shills that are showing up to scam you.
Matthew, you're welcome to have public comment. Listen to me, please. I would love for you to comment on the project. That's the presentation is about a stewardship connected communities trail master plan. That's what I'd like you to comment on.
So Chair Hook, our order and decorum says no public and personal attacks. And so we would like to honor that and request that Mr. Coulter put any of his concerns or comments in writing.
Okay, thank you.
Very exciting.
Yeah, apologize for that.
Okay.
So anyway, let's move on. Is there any other public comment in the chamber? And do we have any written public comment?
Not on this item, Chair.
Oh, great. Come on up. No worries. We're flexible today.
I'm Lisa Wallace. I'm wearing two hats today. Right now, I'm speaking as a citizen in Truckee, and I'm just want to say I'm so happy to hear. I know you haven't taken the vote yet, but the inclination toward supporting Sierra Butte's Trail Stewardship Organization, obviously, very powerful set of work that they're doing, and we've my organization in my day job, my other hat, we've watched from afar. Close afar, how they've been doing over the years, and just an incredible group, and obviously with an incredible leader. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any other public comment? Okay, then I'll close public comment. I'm going to come back to the board. Again, I think this is a very exciting project. It was a wonderful presentation, Greg, and just really impressed. I love the history part of it again. You know, we all had to have come from somewhere to get where we are. And we learn from those things and we move ahead, and we're going to be creating something that's going to last a lifetime again for our children and our grandchildren and people in the future. And these, what a wonderful way to use public lands. And people, public actually really get out into the public lands. So really excited about that. And does anybody else have a last comment before we take a vote on this? Okay, well then I would entertain a motion for us to support the Sierra Buttes Trail Stewardship Connected Communities Trail Master Plan.
So moved on behalf of Hardy as well.
Nice.
I will second. I'm sorry, Dan.
All right, Heidi moved, Ed seconded, and we do wish that Hardy was here because he's a major cheerleader for this as well, but he's listening in, so I know he's quite happy. So Julie, it's been moved and seconded. Could you call the roll?
I can. You can also do a voice vote if you'd like.
Okay, let's do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Oh, motion passed. Fantastic. So we'll get that letter right out to you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for being here today.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, now we are going to go to our, well, let's see, we have an 11 o'clock in 15 minutes, but I think we'll still be okay. Lisa, I know we kind of let that go long. Are you good with that? We're 15 minutes, Lisa, or are we going to need more? Well, come on down then. I'm going to appreciate this. This is a presentation from the Truckee River Watershed Council. 30, we're back to item 31. Do you need a 5-minute break? Hey, Lisa, can you make 15 minutes?
Okay.
Hold it.
But then we got 11.
Thank you. Thank you, supervisors. I know the meetings can get long. I appreciate you continuing on with my presentation. I'm Lisa Wallace. I'm the executive director at the Truckee River Watershed Council. And yeah, what a powerful presentation. Actually, two presentations before mine. I'm going to be a little bit shorter, and obviously if you have questions, I'll be happy to answer those. I wanted to talk a little bit this morning about watershed resiliency and about how Nevada County and the Watershed Council have been partnering over the past few years to address those objectives. And let's see if I can. Great. I really love this quote by Mike Stoudemire. He's the general manager for the North Star Community Services District up here. And he talks about, yeah, without a healthy watershed, we have nothing. It's a statement, it's a big statement, and it can have a lot of drama, but what he means by that and what we mean by that is a healthy watershed gives us water quality, water supply, biodiversity, an economic base, which we just heard quite a bit about from both of the previous two presentations, recreation base, and safety. And right now, we're understandably and totally appropriately hyper aware of the wildfire risk. But many of us in this room, I know we've been here quite a while, been in the area, in the region quite a while, and we can remember 1997, right, when the risk was rain on snow and flooding. Also devastating for many communities in that period. And so a healthy watershed, one that's functioning, can help offset some of those safety factors. And the Truckee River Watershed Council is involved in all those areas. We work in the middle Truckee River Watershed. It's the area on the map. You can see Lake Tahoe in the corner, and the Truckee River is the outflow from Lake Tahoe and eventually flows all the way into Nevada to Pyramid Lake. And we work in the California portion of that watershed, all the tributaries in California that feed into the main stem of the Truckee. Many managing agencies. Greg was talking a little about that with his the degree of outreach that they've done for their program. We also work with many agencies, and you know, it can seem like, gosh, there are so many agencies, there are so many groups. How are there still gaps in trail management? How are there still gaps in watershed resiliency? But none of the federal, state, and regional agencies have these particular aspects as their entirety of their mission. They need to support that work, but it's not the entirety of the work that they do. And that's where organizations like the Watershed Council can provide focus. And we do that through projects, policies, and people. In our policy work, we're primarily focused on working with all the water rights holders that hold water in the 7 reservoirs that are in that middle Truckee River watershed. We don't really think of the Truckee River and the Little Truckee River as dam controlled systems, but all the major water bodies are dam controlled: Tahoe, Boca, Donner, Prosser, et cetera. And my organization works to make sure that the reservoir levels and the flow releases benefit our local area here. The water rights are all held by interests in Nevada. So of course they're interested in getting flows in a timely way for their needs and demands. And that often is in conflict with what we need up here. So we get involved in negotiating the timing and amounts of those releases. We also work on projects. I'm going to briefly talk about a couple of large-scale restoration projects. We have a number of projects that have happened in Nevada County over the last 15 years, and we have a couple coming up that are exciting. And then we do a lot of community engagement. For example, with Truckee River Day, a one-day hands on the ground, boots in the water, volunteer day. About 500 people come out every year and help restore the Truckee River watershed. So this Partnership for Watershed Resiliency, we've been working with Nevada County even before 2014, but more formally starting in 2014. We worked very actively with Nevada County and many other landowners on a comprehensive invasive weed management program. The county, Nevada County, continues their invasive weed management, and we're less involved right now. We may bring that involvement back, but during the pandemic, you know, for all the reasons we all know, we had a pause on that program in 2020 and 2021. Starting in 2015, the county helped us with a series of restoration projects in Johnson Canyon. Gregory Creek runs through Johnson Canyon, and Gregory Creek terminates in Donner Lake. So it's a key tributary into Donner Lake, and Donner Lake is a key asset for the community. We did a series of restoration projects, reducing erosion, improving water quality, rerouting trails. You know, some of those trails that were put in back in the day in the terrible ways that Greg was talking about. We rerouted a lot of trails outside of riparian zones and outside of meadow areas. And Nevada County was the CEQA lead for us on this project. Yeah, I think you all have enough experience to know that finding the CEQA lead when there are multiple landowners, that can really be a challenge. And we were strongly supported in this project and in others by the county staff, which we greatly appreciate. We've done a series of meadow and wetland restoration projects. Dry Creek, which is in Russell Valley, Year Valley Restoration, which is associated with the Tahoe Donner Association. Year Valley is the public and open space area around Prosser Creek. And again, the county is helping us with CEQA lead and outreach to the community for those projects. Those two projects alone, the Dry Creek Meadow Restoration and the Year Valley Restoration Project, are almost 100 acres of meadow and 5 or 6 miles of stream that are being restored. We're in the early stages of a forest health and watershed 7,000 acre project in Nevada County. We just 2 weeks ago had a tour. Hardy, Supervisor Bullock, was able to join us on that tour. We're in the early planning stages of that. Some of the land is unincorporated land managed by Nevada County, some of it's Forest Service. So we're really looking forward to that. It's an integrated program. It'll address forest health, recreation. We'll work with Sierra Buttes, recreation, meadow, wetland, and the implementation of it will take about 5 or 6 years, but we're very excited about that. We have a number of large-scale restoration projects in the region that benefit Nevada County, even though there is not maybe direct staff or Board of Supervisor involvement. One that we're going to be implementing next year is on the eastern boundary, on the eastern town boundary, right adjacent with Nevada County. On the main stem of the Truckee, we're implementing a 30-acre floodplain restoration project, which will reduce a lot of erosional impacts, reduce a lot of water quality impacts, bring back a functioning floodplain, which will diminish when we hopefully soon get those high flows in the Truckee River again. It'll diminish the risk of flooding with the restored floodplain and a lot of recreation access. That project will be in construction next year, and that's about a $1.2 million restoration project. There are a number of other projects that are in the immediate vicinity that, again, provide benefit to Nevada County, although we're not in formal direct partnerships on those. And finally, I did want to express thanks for receiving a community resiliency grant through the COVID funding. We're receiving a 2-year grant through that program. So a very strong partnership over about the last 10 to 12 years. And we're, of course, looking forward to continuing that. And I think that's my last slide is a vision of what's to come. Maybe in 6 to 8 weeks, we'll get a little bit of snow. I just read that in Colorado, up high, the ski resorts this past week got their first rounds of snow. So hopefully it's on the way for us too. Yeah, so I'm happy to answer any questions or.
Okay, great. Gosh, another great presentation. A lot of good work being done. That's very exciting. I'm going to open this up. Ed, you want to start?
Well, I don't know if I have any questions. I just think it's great the work you're doing, and I thank you for that.
Thank you.
Dan?
Yeah, no, there's a lot of emphasis on watershed resiliency. Recharging of aquifers is huge up and down the Sierra, as far as the counties that actually do provide the water for the other areas of California. But all this work really brings up the awareness that people just don't understand. A lot of straws going into the ground and sucking it up, and we have to be careful about that.
Yeah, lot of straws, both natural and man-made, so to speak. Yeah.
Heidi?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for this also. My other hat, I have an environmental and water background, and it makes my heart happy always to hear about floodplain restoration as a means of managing floods. It's the new way we should be going, and right, it's not new, but we need to be doing a lot more of it. And I'm aware that, the state agencies don't really involve themselves up this high in the state with watershed work. They're spending lots of money in the middle of the state, but not so much up here. So it's it's wonderful to see how much work is being done, and you all are putting it together, on your own. And it's just, it's thrilling to see. And I like this name, For River. That's great.
Thank you. I should really highlight the significant degree of collaboration and partnership we do have. Obviously, I'm speaking to the county today, and so highlighting those partnerships we've had over the past years. But many, many partners, landowners, state parks, water districts. We are so thankful to them for being willing to sign on with us to do these restoration projects. Yeah, it's what makes it all possible. Because as you said, it is a local and regional effort.
Yeah, no, congratulations on getting that kind of collaboration. Just shows how much can get done when we collaborate. Thank you so much.
So with that, I'm going to open up public comment. Julie, do we have anyone online?
Yes, Chair, we do have one caller.
Okay, well, let's bring that caller on.
Yes, can we bring the caller in, please?
Hi, Matthew Coulter calling. Yes, watershed is very important. It's very nice that Truckee has done such a great effort to push the vehicle paths back from the road, from the edges of the river. At the same time, though, I sat in a meeting for the Board of Supervisors a few years ago before Hardy was here and watched the size of the gravel plant triple in size by a unanimous vote of our Board of Supervisors. Now it's at Boca. And the gravel plant will cut down that mountain and make just a hideous amount of fines they're going to be running off that property that have always run that property, the shooting range too. So it's interesting that one hand giveth, two hands taketh away. And I encourage all the groups to continue to work on their own without the government, because the grants are great, the free money's great, but it costs so much money to get it. And the destruction involved with it is horrendous, like the gravel plant with the unanimous vote. And then people right across the street trying to save the creek or the river. So I encourage people to keep fighting your local governments and their drive to frickin' put everything in a pipe, because if the developers have it this way, they're taking streams, creeks, everything right off the maps, just disappearing them. It's so sad what we're doing to our waterways. Grass valleys are sewer troughs at this point, which is all new in the last 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Julie, do you have any written comment?
No written comment on this, and that was the last caller.
Okay, then we will close public comment. I'm going to come back to the board. Any last comments? Just to say, though, I do love the fact that we collaborate here and with all the different agencies, because we do have a unique and wonderful watershed. Nevada County is very, very special, and so it's going to take everybody to make it stay existing, keeping our meadows going and all the things that we know need to happen with wildfires coming and all the things that are done. So it takes the whole village, as they say. So thank you for being here with us. This is a great presentation as well. I know Hardy, again, I'm going to say, I know Hardy would want to be here, and I know he's listening in as he gets here. So, and I appreciate that he put such great presentations, had you all come today, because it's very enlightening. I mean, we hear them, but it's fun just to have you here and have it right up in front in the conversation. So thank you so much.
Thank you for the time this morning. Thank you.
So with that, I would just I would entertain a motion to accept this presentation.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dan, second by Heidi. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Great. Thank you so much. Okay, with that, we have an 11 o'clock, but I am going to give, and I see Mike's here. So I'm going to give everyone 5 minutes real quick. So let's do 5 minutes, and then we'll come back and get started. And that will be item 32, Child Support Services Collections and Housing Director Mike Dent is going to be here to present. I guess everybody needed that 5 minutes. welcome back. Thank you for that little break we had to take. So next, I'd like to introduce Mike Dent to bring this next item. And I see Phoebe's here too. So this is about the acquisition of real property for the Sutton Way Wellness Center. So thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me all right or not really?
I can hear you.
Okay, good, thanks. Yes, greetings, Chair and the rest of the Board of Supervisors. Mike Dent, Director of Housing and Community Services. Item 32 before you is a resolution approving a purchase agreement for a 1 acre piece of property on Sutton Way in Grass Valley, and authorizing the board chair to execute a purchase agreement documents and authorize the use for a wellness center for homeless services in that's adjacent to the Brunswick Commons Housing Development, which we just cut ribbon on yesterday. Further, it authorized the auditor controller to amend the Housing and Community Services budget to make this possible. So normally we would come to the board with standard agreement, ideally money in hand, and this is not one of those situations. The funding source that has been identified to make this purchase and the grant amount is $1,999,975. The purchase price is $2 million, so we're gonna have to come up with $25 somewhere to make this happen. Is from the Behavioral Health Continuum Infrastructure Program. We call that BCHIP. You might hear that a few times. That is authorized by AB 133 through the 21-22 state budget, and it's bringing about $2.2 billion into the state providers to expand behavioral health services. This particular third round of funding is called Shovel Ready. So there's two paths with Shovel Ready. You have a completely approved project that's permitted. You got a contractor in mind, you get the money, you go build. The other option is the path we're going with, which is purchasing a existing building, doing some light modification, and then putting it online to expand services. In this case, a wellness center is synonymous with a navigation or resource center. The timing to bring this forward, in your packet, there is a letter of commitment from the Department of Healthcare Services, which is administering this fund. I got to tell you, dealing with HCD a lot or other state agencies a lot and federal agencies a lot, you don't move anywhere unless you have the money in hand. It's refreshing to deal with an organization that is flexible, and DHCS has been very flexible in this process. We explained to them a difficulty in making this purchase happen is timing. The current owner, the majority owner, is a CPA. Their slow season is about May through November. When I was contacted by the owner originally over a year ago with, hey, what do you think about my building? I'm looking to downsize. He, from the beginning, was saying, I cannot do this past November because that's our busy season, it's tax season. When we learned through this program through the state that the standard agreement is still being reviewed by their lawyers and will be ready basically a week now. We told them we can't do this deal unless we have a hard date. And it originally, it was going to be, money would go directly to a trust or escrow account. And we told them we're gonna miss this window on this property unless we can move sooner than that. That letter of commitment is very unusual. And it's very refreshing to see it. They've been a pleasure to work with, and HHSA staff are very confident that they're going to follow through what they say, which is basically any week now we're going to get the standard agreement. They went so far as to adjust their funding mechanism to allow for a reimbursement, which this would be if the county moves forward with the purchase of this building. They didn't have a reimbursement option in their funding model, but they're making this commitment through the letter to reimburse us, which is, again, some flexibility I'm not used to with some state and federal agencies. So that's just a footnote because it is a little unusual. So moving forward into the slides, a big precursor there. So the background, here we go. So the background is we've been looking for a resource center since we originally had the model that we shared with the board, 4 or 5 years ago, to have a resource center up next to Brunswick Commons as a second phase on that property. Initially, we did submit a community development block grant infrastructure request. I think it was 2018. It was not approved. The state has not had any CDBG infrastructure projects since then. They've been putting it towards services. Of course, the pandemic happened and some priorities changed with HCD when it comes to CDBG. We were able to secure a $250,000 architectural design on a resource center for that property. We have confirmed with HCD they would be willing to transfer that award to an adjacent property, and this property is physically next to the Brunswick Commons property. So that would allow for complete plans to be drawn up. If this purchase moves forward, we're looking at an initial small remodel, basically to expand the bathrooms and add some shower facilities. And then the next phase would be, as we had up in Brunswick Commons, we had a 30% architectural design done on that. There will be some transitional or housing units on this as a possible second phase. So we could continue that model, but move it down as a later phase on this property. So with the vision of having a resource center up on Old Tunnel, we've continued to look. Really in Western County, we have the Spirit Center, which provides great service, but our homeless outreach efforts are mobile. There is no one place to go unless they come up to the offices, or we can meet them somewhere out on the streets or at a coffee shop, our outreach team. And so that has been something that's been a challenge for daytime services. And originally, when we had the design made up on Old Tunnel, the vision was about a 500 square foot building, again with some housing. I think it was 9 units on the second floor. The cost was about $5 million at the time, 4 years ago. Those numbers are conservative at about $10 to $12 million now with what we're seeing with prevailing wage and supply chain issues. So we're the needs existed, and we've been searching continuously for some sort of solution to find a centralized location to provide homeless outreach services in the western side since 2018. The building, yes. Oops, I went the wrong way.
Backwards.
There you go. The building is, as I mentioned, it's divided into 3 retail pieces. It's about 7,300 square feet. It's contiguous on both the east and the west, the east and the south edge with the Brunswick Commons property the county already owns. There will be some initial remodeling to make it more open or more receiving for face-to-face check-ins with folks. There's already plenty of existing office space that could be utilized by county staff and our partners. And again, as I mentioned, a possible idea of a later phase would be adding some permanent housing either on top or behind it. And we would have those plans drawn up through Wallace Design has been identified as the contractor for the CDBG technical assistance grant that we have. And he's basically been waiting for 2 years for us to tell him what to design and where to design it. The property itself, this is an actual scanned copy of the building plans. It's pretty solid, in my opinion. Built in '79. It was an open space sports shop before that, remodeled in 1999. Converted, I think it was a mortgage company, converted it into office spaces. Remodeled again by the current owner in 2006-07. There is about 31 parking spaces on the property. Again, it's about 7,300 square feet. It's contiguous to the property above us, which is a great bonus to this project. There's a shot from Sutton Way looking at the building. If you look to the right edge of your picture, you'll see the easement that comes down literally to the street right next to where the edge of the photo is. And off in the distance above the right side of the building, you'd see Brunswick Commons. This picture was taken back in October of last year. Timing on this, as I mentioned, the owner's anxious, is, I believe, under contract for a new property, is asking to lease back no later than December 31st while they prepare their new building to move into. We're hoping to close escrow by the 15th of September if the board supports this idea. And then I believe we're planning to carry any, well, I'll have fiscal speak to that. Aaron Mettler is available for any fiscal if needed, but I think we're looking at a worst case scenario of 3 months to carry the costs before we get reimbursed by the state. Again, they're saying the next few weeks they'll have the standard agreement, which would be brought back to the board for approval and acceptance. And with that, I was going to turn it over to Behavioral Health Director Phoebe Bell, who's going to talk more about what the Wellness Center would provide to our community.
Great, thank you, Mike. Morning, Phoebe.
Good morning, Chair Hook, members of the board. We are super excited about this opportunity. And as Mike said, this is something we've been looking for a while. And for us, the critical issue is, could we find a site that was acceptable at a cost that was manageable? And that includes both the initial, whether you're purchasing or building cost, but also your ongoing operating costs. And so in addition to what Mike talked about in terms of why this site works so well and its location is so great, we also can picture a scenario where there's not a lot of new operating costs because we will co-locate existing staff at this facility. And so by doing so, most of the staffing costs are costs that we already incur. Specifically, our new homeless outreach and case management team that will be using Medi-Cal dollars to support themselves would be located here. In addition, we'd really bring a variety of services on site that typically folks who are experiencing homelessness may need, but currently may be hard to access. They might have to come up to Crown Point to get their mental health or substance use help. They might have to go over to Brighton Greens to get some social services support, and downtown to talk to their public defender. And if we can bring all those services on site, it will really simplify the access process for folks and make it much more likely that they're able to engage and connect to those really critical supports. So somebody could walk in the door. It's an easy access point for many people experiencing homelessness, and right there have those services accessible to them. And again, by using existing staff, really cut down on some of the ongoing operating costs of the facility. In addition, we are talking with many of our nonprofit partners who serve the same population about potentially co-locating there. And this facility is exciting because it's big enough to support a lot of different activities at once. And the way that it's laid out now with many office spaces would allow for some of our partners to locate some of their staff there, whether that's Hospitality House or Spirit or others who we're in conversations with about how we can partner better and again, make our comprehensive array of services, both county ones and nonprofit-based ones, more available to folks that really need them. And we know that that easy access, that relationship building, that trust building is really how we're going to be successful engaging people in the supports they need. Ideally, if we're able to work out the partnership well with the city, it will also be a daytime location for people to come in, get out of the weather, take a shower, do their laundry. And again, during that time, build those relationships that help people start to say, yeah, I think I'm ready to make a change and to engage in substance use treatment or whatever the thing might be that they know they need, but have been hesitant to get involved with. So as Mike touched on, just to reiterate sort of the funding model for this project, the grant award will cover the purchase, give or take, of the facility, which is super exciting. And we have some whole person care funding that we were awarded in 2019 that will support the remodeling process for that phase one effort. And then we have the CDBG money that Mike talked about that will pay for the design process that will be designed for both that phase one as well as the later phase two. We don't have the money in hand yet for the later phase two housing options, but as money continues to be made available for housing opportunities, we will be pursuing those options as well. We think this can really be a great addition to the array of services in that region, and have worked closely with our partners to think about that location. We know it's been a really tough path to find a spot that people feel like is the right place to offer services like this. But with the closeness to Brunswick Commons as well as to Hospitality House's shelter, we already know that area is impacted by people experiencing homelessness, and being able to serve people, provide a place for them to go, provide a place where people can access support, provide a close location where there's a lot of staff available to help address issues and talk with people and connect with people, we think will be a great addition to the community and really help move the conversation forward in terms of what more we can do to support people experiencing homelessness. So with that, I think that we are ready to answer any questions and bring before you the resolution that's in front of you.
Thanks, Phoebe. With that, I'm going to open up to the board for questions and comments. Want to start, Heidi?
Sure. Thank you. This is great to see this coming forward and see this money appearing and their flexibility. So good job working with that organization on the flexibility. Just a couple of questions just to clarify. So the idea of a later phase using on-site interim, so to include on-site interim or permanent housing on top of or behind, that's something new. We did, I know the original, our original vision included those other units. So are there grant funds available that we could use at some later point? Is this a real possibility or just kind of a dream?
No, it's a very real possibility.
Okay.
There's future home key project. There's a plethora of options of funding paths coming down from the state. The reason we would design a second phase is to be compliant with the technical assistance grant from CDBG, which we wrote originally for the site up the hill, which included some transitional housing. So we're obligated to do a plan that includes something. Since this is a remodel and not a new construction, we could go with transitional or permanent.
Okay.
And so that opens up a whole nother path, because we could only do transitional with the grant if it was a new construction building.
Okay, and I did had a good conversation with Nancy Baglietto yesterday, and she said that the transitional housing funding is drying up. Is that correct? So that this would be a possibility to help with that.
I mean, this would be a possibility to apply to other grant sources. And like Mike said, the fact that we could design and apply for permanent housing dollars definitely gives us more options down the road. We do know the state continues to put a lot of money into housing solutions. It's a top priority at a state level, and this positions us well to be able to be responsive to those opportunities as they come along.
Okay. And then on the financing part, so there's a 10% match requirement from us, but it looks like that's the only county funds that would have to go in here. The rest is covered by all these other grants. Oh, that's great work.
And even the match isn't county funds per se, it's other grant dollars that we've received.
Ah, that's where that's coming from. Okay, wow, excellent. Okay, and then just one final question. You answered most of my
plan of who's covering what and what services are available when, that it's communicated clearly to the community.
Okay, then I hate to raise this last one, but security, they're for disruptive folks or folks who maybe taking advantage of the showers and I mean, we want to make that available to anybody who needs them, but do you have a plan for sort of keeping things peaceful?
Yeah, absolutely. As we do at all of our offices, we have security presence as needed at all the Health and Human Services offices. In addition, one of our hopes and what we've seen be successful in a lot of other communities is when you engage the community of people experiencing homelessness in the planning and even operating of the facility, maybe you have stipended kind of monitor positions or things like that, that can really help a lot with people sort of self-monitoring behaviors and keeping things operating well. So we want to explore those kinds of models as well. And that's where Spirit's such a great partner, because they, it's a peer-run organization. They have really good experience and knowledge of how to do that effectively, and we can see some partnership there.
That sounds great.
Chair Hook, I hate to interrupt. I apologize. The Wirecast is down. Can we take a real short,
It looks like Kelly's in it, but you have to confirm.
let's please just take a short break just to confirm that it's back up. If not, we'll be switching to YouTube. It'll just be very short.
No problem. So
Thank
we'll
you.
take a little break right now. Thanks, Julie, and welcome, Hardy. So glad to have you. on here, so this is great. Thank you again for your patience. That's one thing that we do find as we work through government in Nevada County is we have patience, and we work around that. So with that, we're back to questions. And Hardy, are we done, Heidi? I don't remember. Were you done? Okay, because otherwise, you know, on Hardy, I know you've been listening to all these presentations this morning, so you might not have got to speak up during them, but I know that you're aware. So did you like to comment on this?
I don't have any comments or questions. I've been following the process, and I'm, you know, the $25 shortfall, I think we can meet that mark and get an awesome project done with a lot of gratitude that we got the grant to take care of it. So job well done, essential to everything we do in that neighborhood. And I did want to echo Supervisor Hall's comments, just seeing that in our own community, some of the issues related to the change in demographics coming into a neighborhood, and all of a sudden everybody kind of reprocessing and understanding that there's different issues that they face. But it sounds like you got it covered, and thanks for pushing it forward.
Okay, so just one thing to be a little clear with, it's a little bit, but there will all be some funding for the closing fee, correct? The closing costs?
Yes, there's a $10,000 factored in for.
Right, so we just want
close.
to make sure that is part of it, besides the $25.
I believe it's in the resolution.
Yeah, it is in the resolution, just so we're clear that we're doing the closing costs, that's county funded. Okay, so just want to make sure everyone's clear on that. Okay, Ed?
Yeah, well, this is something we've been waiting for a long time, so I think this is great. And I know that to bring it to this point, you've been working closely with Martin, and I'm assuming this is going to come out of the general fund at this point. You can say yes, just say, no, it's not. Of course not.
No, it's not.
No.
It's my understanding it's HHSA funding.
Okay.
Reserves.
Oh, okay, so it's, all right. Point was that it's really good we have the reserves. I mean, it's possible, it could have easily come out of the general fund. It's available to us, so that's a really plus.
I believe we used general funds for when we did the match program, or the loan to Keshen's, but this one will be HHSA funding, and there's no general fund dollars committed to this project.
Wonderful. The phase two housing kind of caught my attention too. Is this something that would be on this property that we're looking at right now, or is this would be part of the Brunswick Commons project?
There's multiple paths to that. You could do a lot in line adjustment, which these are things I have not spoken with Grass Valley in detail on, other than idea-wise, and they're open to it, but they wanted to see if we actually purchased first. So that would be a deeper conversation with the city. The city's been involved in this and informed in this entire process. We've looked at, I think I met with Manager Keyser with Nancy Baglietto 5 years ago, and his vision was, wouldn't it be great if there was something in the basin that we could utilize? Obviously, he's looking at his law enforcement staff clearing calls quickly by providing somebody with services they need to move on or to get what they need. So we've looked at actually two other parcels in the basin that just haven't worked out for one reason or another, but we've continued that quest. But they're aware of this meeting today. They've seen the notice. I've talked with Manager Keyser twice on this, and when it comes to the deeper dive into that second phase, it will be including obviously Tom Lass at CDA and their leadership over there.
Well, I commend the city because obviously none of this is going to work without their partnership there. So that's great. And, you know, I know we'll probably get more into the running of this project. It's something we've been looking for a long time. But then I hear you say, you know, it's going to be open for daytime services. And I look at that and go, you know, it's already an area where homeless tends to be throughout the day and into the night. And this is going to centralize the homeless situation even more so in that area. So I would think we would need to be working on mitigations that says, you know, is there other opportunities to go elsewhere when these services are not available? It doesn't impact the retail areas that are already there. And I know this will be forthcoming. I think this is a wonderful step, and I congratulate you for the effort you've done to put this together.
Thanks, Ed. Dan?
Yeah, I echo Ed's last comments there as far as the mitigation. And I've always been a fan of the navigation center concept with the laundry facilities and the, on-site help and even the interim housing. My question on the initial remodel, we're going to provide laundry, showers, and on-site daily navigation support. At what time at night do you shut it down and they have to move out? And is there a plan so that that area doesn't become a camp in itself?
These are all operational things that will get worked out more and more over time, whether we have more flexible hours than a typical county office of 8 to 5 kinds of hours. I think the reality is, as you both pointed out, people are already in that area. And so by offering some place for people to go, the hope is that that actually alleviates some of the stress on the business community and kind of resident community versus adding to the stress on the community. We continue to work really hard in partnership with Hospitality House and with other funding streams that come along to find temporary shelter for people while looking for permanent solutions. And so we have many more people in motel rooms and whatnot over the last couple of years than we've been able to have in the past. And I think we recognize that if we can provide, places for people to be at night, Hospitality House shuts down in the daytime. That's one of the challenges for people. Where do they go? And so if you have some place where people can go and there's beds available at night, that's the ideal scenario. Well, a step short of permanent housing for people, but it gives us more options. So all super valid concerns that we're super aware of, and we'll partner as closely as we can with Grass Valley on how to do this in the best way possible. But I think ultimately this adds resources to an area that needs something different to happen and needs more support and opportunities for services.
Thanks, Phoebe. Dan, anybody else have any other questions? Okay, with that, I'm going to open public comment. And see anybody in the chamber. So, Julie, do we have any written public comment, or is anybody on the line?
No written, but we do have one person on the line if you want to bring him in.
Sure.
Can we bring the caller in, please?
Yes, hi, Matthew Coulter, speaking on this subject of a center there. I brought to the attention of the police before the fire at the Banner overpass, it burned. I brought to the attention of the police, and this is all on video, I posted it on my page, discussions with the police about what's going on in these certain locations. Same thing behind the building that you're going to buy, the fire that happened there. Same thing with the fire behind CVS that I reported the guy with the campfire. When I say behind CVS, I mean like 40 feet behind CVS in the bushes, okay? So that whole hillside's shot even before this thing goes in that you guys want to do. And this is my freeze when I hear this kind of stuff, is the fact that we haven't had a senior center in town for 18 years. 18 years we haven't had a senior center. We have more seniors than drug addicts and homeless people on the street, okay? According to our local senior group, the amount of seniors versus teens has doubled in Nevada County in 2 years, if you can believe that. So a lot of people have left, school-age children, families, and a lot of people are aging up. So we have double what we had just 2 years ago for seniors. We keep giving this stuff to people that don't really give a shit about anything. Yet the seniors get nothing. Why? I'd really like to know what is going on with that. Talking with the senior center about their project over there is really eye-opening. Very, very eye-opening. As far as Tim Kaiser goes with the city of Grass Valley, as far as I'm concerned, he'll be gone not that long from now, so don't get too bundled up with him. Currently on the scanner, the police say moving along nonstop. They constantly, every morning, wake people up, move them along because they're in the doorways of people's businesses, along with their feces and urine in the Brunswick Basin. So I can't wait to talk with Knights Paints about this and see how they feel about it. Now they'll be totally boxed in on three sides. It's dangerous. So right now, a lot of people are riding the bus all the time to escape the heat, and they have no need to be on the bus, yet they go on the bus and cause problems. I was attacked on the bus the other day. Police came, and this guy jumped on another bus and took off. And this is a Spirit House guy. Spirit House started in my basement, my family's basement up there in Brunswick Road, that house that you purchased there for the county. And Mark Sport's old building that has water issues. So when you purchase that building, make sure you're aware of the water issues that come into the building down off the hill. And again, I'm just shocked that we have no safe ground, but you have to build the Taj Mahal, no safe ground. So we just keep moving people. I have a fire pit at the Boy Scout, Girl Scout building behind my building in Memorial Park. Someone sleeps there every night with a fire pit up against that old building. I've brought it to the city's attention. They don't care.
Thank
So
you,
every night I
Matthew.
got a guy.
Thank you.
All right, have fun.
Thank you so much. Is there any other public comment, Julie? Okay, with that, we'll close public comment. I'm going to bring it back to the board. Any other questions? And if no more questions, I would entertain a motion to approve the resolution, approve an agreement for the purchase of 1 acre of real property located at 1101 and 1105 Sutton Way, Grass Valley, and authorizing the Director of Information and General Services to execute the purchase agreement, and approving the use of the real property to operate as a wellness center for homeless services adjacent to Brunswick Commons Housing Development.
I would so move.
I'll second.
Moved by Ed, seconded by Heidi. Julie, can you call the roll, please?
Yes, thank you. District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
And District 4?
District 4, yes. Well, thank you very much for coming and doing that presentation. I do know this is something that has been in the works for years, and I do think it's going to be a benefit to Grass Valley and to our community and to our homeless population. So thank you so much. Okay, so with that, we're just running on time. It's about 11:45.
Chair Hook?
We go, so we can do announcements. Go ahead.
I would request that we do take a break because we need to get those documents notarized now, while the notary is still available, if that's possible.
Okay, well, then I think then that we'll do is right now is we'll break for lunch, and we'll come back at 1:30 for the presentations and the certificate presentations, and then also with the items 35 and 36. So with that, we'll adjourn until after lunch at 1:30. So see you back then. Okay, good afternoon. Welcome back. I'm going to call this meeting back to order of the Nevada County Board of Supervisors. So just a little updating. If you weren't here this morning, we had to do a little rearranging. So I'm just going to kind of give you an update of where we're headed. We're going back this morning or this afternoon on items 1 and 2, which are some community presentations. Then, if you're here for item 35, which is a resolution approving the memorandum, that's where we'll go next. And then we'll finish up with the presentation discussion regarding the Hurstdale Bridge. I'm just going to mention real quickly before we even start there, public comment will be taken here for Hurstdale. And I will not be able to take any public comment if you happen to be out at the bridge. So all that has to be here and recorded. So just so you know, that's where we're at. And with that, I'm going to turn this over to Hardy to start with our first presentation.
Thank you, Chair Hook, and thank you everybody for pivoting this morning and showing up at 1:30 instead of 9:30. So if you're going to Atlanta, I recommend driving. That's one of the pieces that will save you time. But we're here to honor two people that I know well, people I consider friends, and I've had the honor of working with over the past couple of years, some of them for many, many years. So we're here for Paco and Lynn. I'm really glad everybody showed up, and I just want to take a minute to kind of recognize these two individuals as the community leaders that they are. One starting to head to the next phase of retirement, and so congratulations on that. It's a huge accomplishment, having left behind a legacy and an organization and a membership and a group of friends and colleagues and business owners that you can take pride in knowing that you supported them over the years and going forward made this huge, vibrant economy here in Eastern County. So congratulations. And Paco, I know you're not retiring. You told me you've got another 40 to 50 years that you're going to be doing local community service work. But so I'm going to start with you, Paco, and I just want to say thank you again. I had the honor of presenting Paco Lindsay with the Rotary Paul Harris Award, which he's proudly wearing, and it's a Rotarian's highest honor. It's the highest honor that Rotary can bestow on another person, and so it was my honor to give that to Paco as a token of our appreciation for his commitment to our community. When we talk about Paco, we think about cycling and trails, and he was one of the trails, the 50 founders of the Truckee Trails Foundation, which now is doing great work, preserved, created the Legacy Trail, paved it, done all kinds of amazing things. Measure U, Measure T, all these different initiatives out of the kindness of his heart to make a better place for all of us to live. And so I think that's the thing that embodies service above self. And when you talk about the Paul Harris Award, it's all about service, serving others above yourself. And that's something that I look to emulate in myself. I look to Paco and say, hey, how can I be more like that every day? And I think if we can all do that, we'll have a place that we can call home that's special, it's enduring, it's conserved, it's open, it's accessible, there's equity for everybody in there, and it just makes me so proud to be a part of the work that Paco's doing. And I can say that from a personal note, when I am challenged or considering something of significant gravity in our Eastern County community or the county as a whole, I call Paco and I sit down with him and talk to him, and he's given me the sage advice that's really helped me navigate some of the challenges, particularly with the fire tax and some of the things that it's easy to make decisions when everybody's headed in the same direction. It's much harder when you're headed in two different directions. You're trying to parse out what the right thing to do is. And I just want to thank you personally for all the time that you've committed to working with me and mentoring with me and talking about politics, but really talking about community and how to serve others. And so I've learned a lot from you. And with that, I'm going to read a little bit about Paco, and I hope you will be patient with me because there's a lot here, as we know. So the County of Nevada Board of Supervisors takes great pleasure in recognizing and expressing its gratitude to Paco Lindsay for his significant contributions to the community. In 1979, Paco opened a bicycle shop in his garage in Truckee that grew to Paco's Truckee's Bike and Ski, the area's largest bicycle shop and the largest cross-country ski store in California. Since selling the business in 2016, Paco has increased his extensive contributions to the betterment of our community through service on nonprofit boards, political campaigns, and bicycle and legislative advocacy. Paco's Bike and Ski was a founding 50 business owner who joined 49 other trail-minded residents and businesses to provide the initial funding to form the Truckee Trails Foundation in 2002. Paco also serves as a board member for the Truckee Trails Foundation, contributing to their great work toward a system of trails and bikeways in and around Truckee that will connect people and places, reduce our community's dependence on automobiles, and improve our physical, social, and environmental health. Paco also serves as a treasurer for the Truckee Donner Land Trust Board, contributing a wealth of experience in finance, trail building, and advocacy for the Land Trust mission to protect and enjoy open space for nature, for people, forever. Paco's dedication to our community has also extended to advocacy through chairing both the campaigns for the first Truckee Trails tax, Measure R, and the recent renewal of the tax, Measure U, and co-chairing the Measure T campaign, the fire campaign. As vice chair of the Town of Truckee's General Plan Update Advisory Committee, GPAC, Paco advocates on behalf of nonprofits for the town's 2040 plan that will shape our community for decades to come. Therefore, the County of Nevada Board of Supervisors does hereby express its appreciation and deep gratitude to Paco Lindsay for his many years of service and contribution to the community. And with that, do we want to open it up and hear from some people?
I think that would be great, Hardy. Let's just
Awesome.
open this right up. Is there any public comment? Yeah, just come on up to the podium.
Hi, my name is David Diamond, and I wasn't planning on speaking today, but the opportunity to speak on behalf of Paco.
His microphone's not on.
He's got to push the button.
Is too good to be true.
There
I am. I've worked with Paco on several campaigns, including my own, where he helped me and guided me to victory for a first-time candidate, for which I'm forever thankful for that. And then been able to work with him on additional campaigns. I've learned so much from him, not just about how to run a campaign, but about why you run a campaign, about focusing on what matters and what the outcome for the people who are going to be voting on it, what it means to them. You couldn't be doing this for a better guy, for a more sincere guy, for a more decent man. I can't imagine Truckee ever having an advocate stronger than Paco, and I can't imagine caring for somebody more than I care for Paco. You make things better. Every time you do something, you make things better, and so many of us recognize it. I don't know if everybody tells you that all the time, but you are a genuine friend to me and to this community. And thank you for recognizing him.
Thank you. Oh, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Allison Pedley, Executive Director of the Truckee Trails Foundation. And Paco was a founding member of the organization. He didn't join our board until shortly after I started working there. And it was John Swan who said, hey, Allison, Paco Lindsay would be a great addition to the board. And I was fairly new to the town. I hardly knew the trails, much less the movers and the shakers. And I was like, yeah, whatever, the bike shop guy. But then another person said, you know what? You really need Paco on your board. I'm like, And then two more people. So I finally reached out to Paco. I don't know if you remember this, but we sat down for coffee for at least 2 hours. And I'm vigorously taking notes of everything he's telling me about this just phenomenal history of Truckee and the dynamics of the trails and bikeways and the town and the county, and just a phenomenal wealth of knowledge. And I was like, okay, I need Paco on the board. And then since then, he's been hugely impactful for our organization, become a dear, dear friend. And thinking about the hundreds of hours I've worked with Paco over the last decade plus, I can't even begin to know the total sum he's committed to our community, but it's enormous. And I just want to close. My teenage daughter has gotten to know Paco over the last couple of years, and she wanted to be here but had to work. And I'm just going to sum this up with how she describes Paco: icon. Congratulations, my friend.
Hello, my name is John Spahn. I'm the Executive Director of the Truckee Downer Land Trust. I wanted to echo what everyone else says, but also add Paco's been my boss twice. He's on our board at the Land Trust. I also work for him at the bike shop. He's a great friend. He's a mentor, and I don't know anybody with a bigger heart. Thanks, buddy.
Oh, that's nice. Julie, is there anyone online or do we have any written comments?
No written comments, and we have nobody waiting on the phone for this.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. If there's no further public comment, I'm going to close public comment. Oh, okay. You have somebody here? Different one. Okay. No problem. All right. Well, then I'm going to close public comment and I'm going to bring it back to the board for last comments. Start with you, Dan. I know. This is amazing. You know, so often we go through our everyday life and you don't realize how really important some folks give to the community. And so this has really been an opportunity for you to be a mentor to our friend Hardy here, our colleague. I think is tremendous because look at the actions that are happening in this community. Just the presentations that we had kind of involve you all the way down the line from the bikes to the trails. And those are such an important part of what makes a community happen. And thank you for being a part of that and encouraging other folks. Like I see you have somebody, you ran their campaign, so they stepped up to be a part of something else going on in this community. And it takes that kind of pushing sometimes. Not all of us are all goers and doers. We have to have that little shove and have that little mentorship and that friendship that helps to build the community that we're all in. So thank you for doing that. And Heidi, did you want to say anything?
Yeah, I just want to also just, wow, as the accolades from the community are so telling, right? When your colleagues and your friends get at Paco to talk about what an impact you've had on their lives. I've had the pleasure and joy of working with Paco outside of county business. I had no idea how much you've done for this county and this community. And, you know, thank God we have mentors and models like you for other people in our generation and younger generations to look up to. There's so much cynicism right now among the youth, but to see someone like you throw yourselves in the community and know that there are good people there and be a good person and help younger people feel like, yeah, they also could get involved and be like you. I'm thrilled to see you recognized. Sounds like maybe it should have happened 10 years ago or 20 years ago, but now it's happening now. And I'm just thrilled to see you get acknowledged for all this great work. Thank you so much, Paco.
Nice. Ed?
So Paco, am I on? I don't know you. However, I am a Rotarian. And so I too am a Paul Harris Fellow. However, the difference is I had to buy mine. And when a Rotary organization gives it to an individual for his dedication to his community, means you're really well deserving. So I congratulate you and thank you for the work you do up here.
Chair Hook, if I could say just one more quick thing. You know, the other piece about Paco that I forgot to mention is that he knows how to disagree properly and how to disagree respectfully. It's one of the things that I value so much about his guidance and wisdom is that you don't have to always agree to get something done and to be heard. And that is such an important element in civility today that I think is missing in so many aspects of our community. And so thank you for doing that. Thank you for showing us how to do that. Your civic engagement, teaching other people how to get engaged with things. And it doesn't matter if it's GPAC, general plan, trails, whatever you care about, you're getting engaged and you're leading the way for others to do so. So thank you again.
Well, this has been awesome. I love these kinds of presentations. And with that, Paco, we would love to have you come up and we'd like to do a picture and we'd like to present you with, I'm gonna let Hardy do this. He has a couple items that I'm gonna let Hardy present to you. You know, with that, Paco, I didn't ask you if you had any words that you'd like to share with the community.
You jump up?
Just jump up and give a few little,
Pacoisms.
yeah, Pacoism. I love that a teenager called you an icon. That's a big one.
Okay. Just want to say thank you guys. Thank you so much. You know, just real quick, stuff I might do in the community is for the community. Obviously, it's not about me. When I had my business, yes, it was a bike shop, but it was not about that. It was for the community. And just one I like to say, you know, I came here almost 50 years ago, and I came out of Iowa, kind of humble roots. I came here basically without very much, you know, and Truckee and Nevada County made me in my life what I am. And that's kind of what motivates me to get back, that I came here with, again, nothing. And, you know, I had an old beat up car, I had a bicycle, I had a set of drums, that was about it. And I started a bike shop in my garage, like Hardy mentioned. I used to cook nights to make ends meet. And the point is again, it's not about me, it's just the community allowed me to create a life that I love. And it allowed me to have a community that grew. When I first came, the sign used to say 1,500 people in Truckee. So, you know, I love this community. And then Nevada County, and kind of my closing point was I go back to Nevada County where, you know, I helped with incorporation up here. I was not steadfast. I was not one of the big leaders, but I helped with incorporation up here. You know, and times were different. And now I see the county, the staff, the board, we're working together. And, you know, that's one thing that it takes the energy of people. It takes the community to do that. So I'm just so thankful to be living here. And the times are, like Heidi said, just kind of funny times, but this is a great community. This is a great, great county. We're so fortunate. So just once again, thank you. And again, whatever I do, again, it's for the community. It's not about me. And thank you so much. And I love everybody in this whole area. So once again, thank you so much. Thank you.
Here we go, Hardy. Well, I'm going to let you start off again, Hardy, and we're going to do your next recognition. I'm going to let you bring that up.
Yeah, this one is brings me a lot of happiness. Pretty cool when to be sitting here celebrating a 20-year successful career with the Truckee Chamber of Commerce. You know, I worked with Lynn for I think 15, I don't know, long time, 15 of them anyway. And at the airport and breakfast and getting stuff together and doing Good Morning Truckee. And it was a way that everybody in our community came together. And then I think one of the pieces that I thought a lot about this morning when I was thinking about your tenure and your service to our community was how everything changed in COVID for this really 2-year snapshot. And all of a sudden it was like, our businesses are closed. Good Morning Truckee is closed. The way we connect is disjointed and broken. And for an organization that connects businesses to people, it's a huge pivot. And I think you really went through that process with grace, and your board and you, I'd just like to commend all of you for going through that process with just kind of graceful attitude and trying to get things online and get people connected online and get resources along with Sierra Business Council and a number of other people in Nevada County that kind of, we all came together for that service during that period of time. And it was successful, right? Our economy kind of did this dip, but then it came roaring back. And thanks to you and the effort of your membership and your board and your leadership to get that done. The other piece is the expansion, the innovation that the Chamber of Commerce has done, I think, in our community compared to maybe some other Chamber of Commerce's. It's branched out into all these different areas, provided education and support and tools and workshops and membership and pieces for new community members, I think we're coming up on another one here that we meet at Darner Lake with all the new people to town, which is pretty cool. You go to Darner Lake and meet everybody who's new to town, and it's kind of pretty cool. So I just want to read this off, and then we want to open it up and let some people talk, because I know there's a lot of people here that want to talk about you and your service. The County of Nevada Board of Supervisors takes great pleasure in recognizing and expressing its gratitude to Lynn Saunders for over 20 years of service and contribution to the community. During her tenure, Lynn has worked with 4 District 5 supervisors, including Barbara Green, Ted Owens, Richard Anderson, and Hardy Bullock. Throughout that time, she was highly involved in the Joint Chambers of Commerce of Nevada County, organization that represented the Truckee, Grass Valley, Nevada City, South County, and Rough and Ready Chambers of Commerce. Among many projects, she helped produce the annual Donner Party Hike, sharing Truckee's history and beautiful scenery on Donner Summit. Lynn also had a lead role in Truckee Tomorrow, an economic development initiative in partnership with the town of Truckee and Nevada County. Funds received from the county allowed the initiative to work with an economic development consultant to produce a demographic and economic profile report, as well as facilitating leaders in a series of meetings and discussions that led to the creation of the Truckee Base Camp for a Big Life brand, as well as other programs such as the Truckee Jobs Collective. During COVID-19 pandemic, Lynn played an active role in task force meetings, discussions, and town hall meetings, quickly distributing important and ever-changing information to businesses. She was a valuable contributor to the Nevada County Business Task Force that reviewed and recommended grants through the Nevada County Relief Fund that provided vital resources to small businesses and nonprofits impacted by COVID-19. As a well-respected professional, Lynn has always been a strong collaborator and partner working with the county, town, various organizations, and businesses in the promotion of tourism and support of economic development programs. Therefore, the County of Nevada Board of Supervisors does hereby express its appreciation and deep gratitude to Lynn Saunders for over 20 years of service and contribution to our community.
So I'm going to do it different this time. I'm going to open up public comment. And I would like, if anybody'd like to come up and speak, to come up to the podium.
Good afternoon. My name is Karen Wilketts with the North Lake Tahoe Truckee Leadership Program. Hi, Lynn. Our program was started almost 20 years ago by Lynn and a couple of other community members. And the program is meant to give people in the community the tools that they need to become leaders, to step up into leadership positions. And I see many alumni in the room. And Lynn, you're responsible for this, and you're responsible for actually putting Hardy into his District 5 seat. I'm going to give you all the credit. So on behalf of the entire program, I want to thank you, Lynn, for all of the years that you've put into this program, making it such a success and such a wonderful part of our community. And I'm lucky that, and we are all lucky that you find leadership an important aspect of the community. So congratulations and well done, and thank you.
Nice.
Good afternoon. Emily Vitus, current chair with the Truckee Chamber of Commerce. I'm here today with 4 other board members, and we're here to, one, honor and support Lynn, but also to express gratitude to you all for recognizing Lynn and her 20 years of impact she's had on this community. Lynn has really helped Truckee to become what it is today. She has led a number of huge initiatives in this community that led to long big impact for the Truckee Tahoe region. So I'm hopeful that you all will join me in thanking Lynn for her 20 years. And again, thank you all for announcing this and bringing this to light today. Thanks.
Thank you.
I am Jessica Carr. I'm the director of the Small Business Development Center at Sierra Business Council. I'm also on Lynn's board, and I am a graduate of the North Lake Tahoe Leadership Program. So she cultivates her own board members through the leadership program. And I'm just here to say I work in a territory that is 7 counties big, which has a lot of chambers of commerce within that territory. And working with the Truckee Chamber over the last 6 years in this role has been always a tremendous joy, because you are such an innovative and dedicated business leader, and your ability to get information, especially during COVID, out to your business membership was ASAP, and very much appreciated to all of those businesses who were going through such struggle. So thank you so much for all of your work for the last 20 years. And it's been great to work with you on your board in the last couple. Thank you.
Julie, is there anyone online or not online? I keep saying that. Anybody on the phone?
No phone callers right now. Thank you.
Okay, no, that's fine. We're just ready. I was waiting for him to get up here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. John Minacchio, past chair of the Truckee Chamber of Commerce, current board member. And usually when I'm at this podium, Lynn has prepared the public remarks. So I just wanted to take the opportunity to say, Lynn, thank you for all your contributions, not only to the business community, but the community more broadly. And I want to wish you all the best in this next chapter of your life.
Oh, that's so nice. Anyone else? Okay, with that, I'm going to close public comment. I'm going to bring it back to the board. Ed, I want to start with you?
Hi, Lynn. So we do go back a little bit, thanks to Ted Owens more than anything, really. But we worked together with the Joint Chambers of Commerce. And during that time, it was kind of a controversial time. But I always remember, Lynn, you were kind of a very strong leader, and always kind of the impression of, well, you can do whatever you want to do, Nevada County, but I've got a very sustainable operation up here, and we're just going to be fine. And I have to tell you, I've always been impressed with the organization, your chamber up here, and I just wish you the very best, Lynn. And thanks for all the service you've done for the last 20 years.
That was nice. Dan?
Yeah, Lynn, you and I don't know each other. I don't know why. But I always look at the Chamber of Commerce as being the heart and soul of a community. And I think what we've heard today is that, Truckee has a heart and Truckee has a soul. And you probably, your 20 years, have contributed as much as anybody to make sure that Truckee sustains the health that it has. And it is a great community up here. It really is. It used to be kind of like the forgotten community for a number of years, and then it started growing up. And about the time Paco showed up, it started really, it started. The only person I knew from Truckee was a guy named John Bazio, who him and I just played football together at Sierra. And I haven't seen John since football. But there's just a lot of good people up here, and your leadership, as far as the leadership portion of it, probably has contributed as much, if not more. So congratulations on this recognition, because after 20 years, you really deserve it.
Yeah, congratulations, Lynn. I have not had the pleasure, I believe, of meeting you either. So you've done your work kind of behind the scenes for us anyway. But I want to congratulate you on this honor. And it's obvious that Truckee is thriving. I mean, I love the presentations this morning. It's just going gangbusters into the future, and it's beautiful and looks like businesses are doing really well. So I'm sure you had a lot to do with that. And I want to congratulate you and enjoy your retirement.
Yeah, this is great, Lynn. We just look the ebbs and flows that go through communities with businesses and activities and snowstorms and COVID, and to stand up and stay in that leadership role is so important. It is a hub that keeps the community. And I'm going to thank you for Hardy. I think that he's a great addition to this board, and we enjoy him. And just listening about the leadership program that you provide and how it engages them in your community as well. That's so valuable. And I don't know you either, but what an awesome thing to come and recognize you for this kind of work, because it is. I think that was cute. Like you talked 50 years ago, and now we're 20 years. And where are we going for the future? And you've set that into a good mode for your chamber. and I see what it does in our chambers and how we're moving forward. Even our little Pim Valley chamber is refurbished again, right? And we've got some little activities going, and I think those are so important. So really, really appreciate the work you've done, and congratulations. And so with that, yes, Ed, go ahead.
You know, Lynn, I think we also need to point out the efforts that you put into our business task force during this COVID situation. Truckee was a strong influence in those meetings and was greatly appreciated. I know you were very much a part of that. So I say deeply thanks for that.
And yeah, just one more comment. I think if, before your departure, if you have you've tolerated 4 supervisors. So if you just write a little note on a scrap of paper and give it to our staff, it would be greatly appreciated so they can get some tips and tricks on how to survive another couple supervisors here.
That's funny. I thought you were going to ask her to put in there who her favorite was.
Yeah. Oh, and that. Yeah. No, that's definitely Ted. That's definitely Ted.
Well, with that, Lynn, you know what? I want you to come up. We have a certificate for you, and Hardy's going to hand these out to you. And then I'm going to give you opportunity to speak.
What a pleasure. Thank you so much. Especially put a face with the name.
Well, thank you so much for all of your kind words and other words that were spoken here today. It really has been an amazing 20 years, and I have worked with so many projects and initiatives over the years that have really kept the job very interesting and challenging at times. And I would say that there's so many people that I've worked with Nevada County, and as we've said many times, if there was a silver lining with COVID, it was working closer together, working with Caleb and getting to know him on the relief task force. And Allison, you and I have worked on so many different things over the many years in a variety of capacities. And Ed, you're right. I think you've been up there as long as I've been here. And I truly always appreciated you listening and how much you appreciated and respected what we were doing up here and your words that you had said. I always liked that. Thank you. The people in Truckee, I think Palco kind of said it too. It's the people and the heart and soul that make this community. And they're just good people. They're talented, they're smart, they're caring, and they're fun. And I've always appreciated that. The egos stop at the door, and we all work shoulder to shoulder to do whatever we need to do for the best of the community because we care. And thank you to all of my board that's here today, and Kevin Murphy, who was on the board when they hired me 20 years ago. And they're just wonderful, wonderful people. And I've had 20 boards, so I've had a lot of people that I've worked with, and they've all been great. And then, of course, my staff, they are as dedicated as the day is long, and they've always been there to support me and get through all of our projects. So thank you so much for this. I'm truly honored. Thank you.
I know this is always the best part of the day. So now we're going to move on to our next item of business, which is, and I know we're a little late for our 1:30 item, but this was more important. And I got to say, this was delightful to get to see you both in person and get to congratulate you both for what you do in this community as well as this county. So we are going to go on to item 35, which is SR 22-1005, and it's a resolution approving the memorandum of understanding between the county. And I'm going to introduce our CEO, Allison.
Great. Thank you, Chair Hook, members of the board. I'd like to introduce Assistant CEO Caleb Dardick, who's going to be presenting an MOU between the county and the town of Truckee for the wildfire prevention, emergency services, and disaster readiness programs. So thank you, Caleb. I'll go ahead and I'll turn it over to you.
Right. Thank you, Allison. Thank you, Chair Hook, board members, and really inspired by the two presentations and recognitions beforehand. I really think the spirit of collaboration and good community work is maybe carried on in what we're talking about today. So want to do a brief presentation. Many of these slides are familiar to you, were shown to you at the August 9th board meeting, and just wanted to continue that and then talk about as well the elements of the Memorandum of Understanding, or MOU, between the county and the town of Truckee that we're bringing forward today. So can I control my own slides with this? Pointed you? No. Yes.
There it went.
Thank you, Sarah. Let me just go back. So at your board's decision on August 9th, you voted to put Measure V on the ballot for the voters to consider at the November 8th general election. The title is Nevada County Wildfire Prevention, Emergency Services, and Disaster Readiness Measure. And I think it's always important, for us to remember the why. We are dealing with some very serious issues here around emergency preparedness, around wildfire, around disasters. And, fire and snowstorms are nothing new to our community. These are part of living in rural California, as part of living in the mountains. But we are faced with new challenges. Storms are more intense, fires are more frequent. And so in that spirit, we are going, how can we as a community step up to these challenges and start mitigating some of that risk and improving our readiness and preparation for whatever may come? So of course, we are here today in Truckee, and it's such an honor to be in this beautiful building, and don't need to point out to anyone in this room that Truckee and Eastern County is no stranger to fire. And this is a map that shows some of the fire activity in the not so distant past. Want to just really share with the group who's present today that this issues and challenges around emergency preparedness have been your priority for many years, and that we are here in response to the direction that you've given staff over subsequent board workshops, in which we come together and plan what are the priorities of our community, and clearly being prepared for disasters is critical in that regard. And of course, in January 2020, we had your direction to go forward with needs assessment and community engagement, and to look for a sustainable funding source. And then of course, 2 months later, the pandemic really derailed that, and we focused on other things to how could we rally and support our communities during this really unprecedented time. But we rallied, we came through it. And again, in January of 2022, you reiterated and reaffirmed that direction, and really pleased that we were able to, come back together and engage in this important work. We did it through a mechanism that we called the CEO Roundtable, and Allison Lehman's leadership. We wanted to keep it small, and so I know that it isn't every single stakeholder, but we felt that it was important that we bring together the key county, municipal, first responders, and fire and law enforcement to the table, a few community leaders with deep roots in these issues. And I just really want to thank, on your screen, you can see the list of our agencies, our 3 municipalities, law enforcement, sheriff's office, many community people. But I would like to really just use this opportunity to thank Jen Calloway, town manager, and her team, Dan Wilkins, Public Works, Bob Womack, Emergency Services, and then of course, Chief Celine and Chief McKechnie from the Truckee Fire Protection District, as well as former Supervisor Ted Owens and John Svan of the Truckee Donner Land Trust. And so we really were able to have some really smart and engaged people participate in this countywide effort. And what we were asking of all of the entities that are listed on this slide, we asked, where's the gap between what you're doing now and what you think we should be doing? And that was the basis of our needs assessment. And everyone was very forthcoming with detailed programs and projects and that we costed out. And as you'll see on this slide, this group, and you can only imagine how many more great ideas and great initiatives would have come forward with even more input. But this group came up with 62 projects and programs that are in that gap that would have, had we had the resources to implement them, would have costed approximately 36 million per year. So this group brought great discipline. We felt that the best mechanism that we had as a sustainable funding solution, and this type of planning is not new to Nevada County or to Truckee. You know, we have community wildfire protection plans, local hazard mitigation plans, wildfire plans that go back multiple versions going back over 20 years, general plan amendments, both at the municipal level and the county level, and all of them have had very similar recommendations, and all of them have said, but for funding, we need to do all this work. So this, I think what made it different than previous efforts that you've directed is that it's matched with funding, a potential funding source, sustainable funding source, and that would be a half-cent general countywide sales tax. And because we thought that the half-cent made the most sense based on our public opinion research and consultation with the stakeholders, that gave us what we estimate as a $12 million budget, and we honed that down. But not only did we come up with a draft expenditure plan to hit that 12 million, we also felt that the work needs to be guided by principles. And those guiding principles, most notably, were accountability, transparency, and regional equity. And we'll talk briefly about each. One thing also is it's very easy to cast a wide net and try to fund every possible program. And so we brought, again, discipline by using the FEMA, what I always call the FEMA circle, but the idea of all the work that we do should fall into 4 categories of either preparedness and planning, prevention, that's the green bucket, the mitigation, response, and recovery. And so there was a great deal of discussion of then how should those allocations fall. And when we looked at the programs that were brought to us, the preponderance of programs fell into the category of mitigation. And so what we're recommending as target allocations for this funds is 65% in the areas of mitigation, 20% response, 5% recovery, 10% in preparedness. And of course, these are targets because we understand that our needs, both in being proactive and planning, sometimes these projects take a long time to ramp up. And so flexibility is needed, as well as should we be confronted with disaster, then of course recovery would become a priority. So we wanted to build in flexibility, but also a statement of intent. A very important conversation that came up, especially with our municipal partners, was, I'm actually getting ahead of myself. The first principle that I want to go to or talk about is regional equity, and a recognition that our Eastern County partners shared with us is that there are significant and unique public safety differences and challenges between a mountain elevation, lower elevation, the type of topography, the type of vegetation, the challenges of having a huge visitor population year round. And so recognizing that there are differences, said, how do we address this issue of regional equity? The other is we're one county, and that's so important to all of us, but yet from a planning perspective, how could we define it? And Jen and her team came forward with East County being defined as longitudinally, which is my vocabulary word for the year, east of the I-80 Highway 20 junction. So in terms of memorializing this commitment to regional equity, Supervisor Bullock and others, and said there are certain stipulations, and I think you've heard Supervisor Bullock say this for the east side, which was that, and this holds true for everything we do, that first responders were engaged in the plan, and so that we have that, we can point to that. One, that the agreement would be memorialized and ongoing. And then, of course, the board agreed to a 10-year sunset as part of the proposed Measure M language. And so in the staff report that we brought to you several weeks ago, the recommendation was 25% investment in Eastern County, which based on our current projection of $12 million in revenue would represent $3 million. But what we talked about was using a percentage so that we're together in both good times and bad. And honestly, if our sales projections continue as they have, we should be closer to 15 million in just a few years. So of that 25% to Eastern County, 8.3% is an allocation to the town of Truckee, and the balance to projects in Eastern County. The use of Measure V funds, again, we want to see programs and projects in those 4 categories of planning, mitigation, response, and recovery. We want to make sure that the work we do is strategic and intentional and based on approved plans. So both local and regional plans that we have now and the ones that we know we need to update and develop in the future, such as countywide community wildfire protection plan, updated local hazard mitigation plans, and a countywide evacuation plan as well. So we know so in the future, the decisions about where to put money are going to be guided by these plans because our goal is to implement the recommendations in those plans. Truckee voters approved Measure T, as has been noted, and thanks to Paco's and others' leadership. And I remember calling Chief Celine and saying, okay, now that you have Measure T, is this something, is a countywide measure still of interest, or are you covered? Are all of your needs met? And we can almost hear him smiling over the phone because I think we all recognize that the needs in our county are huge, and the needs to be prepared and to mitigate disaster is significant. And so the answer was yes, Measure V would be needed as well. And so this idea of expanding and enhancing Measure T is something that I think is, we can help build on collaboratively. There's a wonderful opportunity for us as a community, as a Truckee town, Eastern County stakeholders, county participants, to look holistically, collaboratively, and coordinate on large-scale projects, grant writing, advocacy, community engagement, and planning. And I think there are many opportunities for shared programs and coordination. Just as an example, the Truckee Fire District provided this graphic for us. This shows about 8 different large-scale fuel breaks that would protect communities here in Eastern County, over 9,000 acres, $28 million worth of work just to do it on the first time. And I believe when it's listed in the CWPP for Truckee, or for the Truckee Fire District, it's a 20-year plan. And not only would it take 20 years to potentially to implement, but it needs to be maintained in perpetuity, just like the large-scale fuel breaks that CAL FIRE's recommended on the west side. So we have our work cut out for us. There's some big challenges, and if we can do projects collaboratively of this scale, imagine what else we can do working together. Because Measure V is proposed as a general sales tax, it's very important that we build in accountability and transparency so that the voters can have confidence, and all of us as stakeholders can have confidence that the money will go to the uses that we have all discussed. So what we are proposing as a mechanisms are several. One, that the funds for Measure V, should it be approved by the voters, would be recorded in separate and distinct accounts. Next, very importantly, that the work that we fund is guided by subject matter experts in law enforcement, in fire, in social services, in forest health and forest management, watershed protection, so that we're looking at preparedness and wildfire prevention holistically. So a technical advisory committee will provide that guidance, recommending funding priorities, which would come to the board through your annual budget process. On the back end, every year, your board appointed Citizens Oversight Committee would report to you and to the public annually on the receipt of money, what came in, what was it spent on, conduct an annual independent audit and report on those findings to you and to the public. And then finally, as staff, we would be committed to posting on a dedicated public web page every contracting opportunity, every contract that's awarded, all of the audits, all the reports, so that we have maximum transparency year-round. So just to drill down a little bit on the idea of the technical advisory committees, the plan is to have 2, both an Eastern and a Western TAC. Both TACs would be staffed and supported by the Office of Emergency Services. Really pleased that Craig Griesbach is here, our Director of Emergency Services. He can speak more to that if you have questions as well. But the goal is to bring these teams together. In the case of the Eastern TAC, the town manager and the fire chief are their designees, plus 5 local community volunteers, 2 from the town, 3 from the unincorporated, to be appointed collaboratively by the supervisor from District 5, fire chief, town manager, and the OES director. So we're very excited to have that type of, that we would have community leaders in our community who would step up to this important role, and will do the same on the west side. The citizens oversight, as I mentioned, 7 members each district would be appointing. Each district supervisor would appoint 1, and then you as a board would appoint 2 additional. And then finally, just want to conclude with a purpose statement that came out of the CEO roundtable, that the purpose, the vision for the use of these funds is to save lives, to reduce the threat of wildfires, improve all hazard disaster readiness, and evacuation safety. And with that, I'd like to introduce my co-panelist here, Steve Monahan, Agency Director from IGS, and Town Manager Jen Calloway.
Oops. Sarah, a little help, please. Good afternoon, Chair Huck. Steve Monahan, your Director of Information and General Services Agency. And let me get back to the right slide here. That one. So, okay. So what we're really talking about, the framework of what Caleb was talking about, and I'm not going to go through all the slides of planning, mitigation, response, and recovery, but those are the main activities that we're focusing on. And this is all work that we're doing right now. And over the last 3 years at your annual board workshop, we've brought to you our OES wildfire preparedness plan, which is trying to prepare the community for wildfire to lessen the impact. And we showed the gap of what we were doing and what we should be doing. So all of these activities, from green waste, roadside vegetation, large landscape, community awareness, education, home hardening, access and functional need programs for those who can't do the work themselves, grant programs for our Firewise communities to bring chippers and resources to neighborhoods so we compound their efforts. This is all work we're trying to do right now, but we should be doing more. We're not meeting the need. The risk level in our community is on the rise. It's not coming down even after all the work that we've been doing. A lot of people are saying, well, why can't we apply for more grants? We do apply for many, many grants. Over the last 5 years or 4 years, we've received about $10 million in grants to do this type of work. But that took 6 years of effort to try to get those. And if you look at our needs assessment, that $36 million a year, it just isn't going to meet the need. And it's not reliable. We can't plan a sustainable program, year-round green waste, year-round chipping, year-round access and functional needs, and staff to it with the ups and downs and the uncertainty of grants that come in. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jen.
Thank you. I don't actually have any slides, but I just wanted to acknowledge the efforts the last week and a half, 2 weeks of staff and working with the town staff and coming up with an MOU, the board's responsiveness to the comments that were provided during the last board meeting that you had, and then the attendance at the council meeting where the council members provided some feedback as well. It was really important for us to see a sunset clause included in this and to have recognition that Eastern County is geographically different and we have some different needs up here, and we really have the best understanding of what those needs are. So from that perspective, working on the MOU with the staff, having what is very nicely packaged for you took a lot of time to get to, a lot of dialogue and discussion back and forth, and a lot of that happened on vacations and various other hours of the day. So really acknowledge staff's effort at that and the collaboration and partnership. We really do have alignment in a lot of areas. You can see over number on the side are town council priorities. The one at the bottom, and it's not because it's a lower priority, speaks to emergency preparedness. We've hired an emergency management coordinator to help address that. And I think Supervisor Bullock, you've said this too, this is the time of year we start to not sleep because we worry about what could happen and making sure we're protecting our communities. So we certainly understand the board and where you're coming from with this tax measure. We appreciate the compromises that have been made to get to the MOU and where we're at today. So thank you for that.
Thank you all very much. Caleb, do you have anything else here?
I just want to thank you for your time, and we are available for questions.
Okay, great. So I think with that, we'll move into public comment. And is there any public comment on this item? Come on up.
Good afternoon. Thank you for recognizing me and bringing me up. Dad and uncle are former smoke jumpers, so I've lived with fire all my life. I consider response in the Eastern County excellent. I did notice in the pie chart, it talked about an additional funding mechanism of 20% for response. Could somebody let us know or let me know what that additional response level would be? And the reason I ask that is air support has been very critical for us of late, and I'd love to see it go in that direction. So thank you.
Thank you for that question. Any other questions? Okay, Caleb, do you, or who would like to answer that question about response? Steve?
Chair Hook. Response in our plan is more on the lines of what can the county do, what can the local jurisdictions do. So it's tied to evacuations, responding in that way, not fire response. The county does not run a fire department, so we're not using our allocation of the money for firefighters. You know, it's more how does the sheriff do safe evacuations? How do we set up evacuation centers? How do we do emergency communications? One of the great things that happened this last few months is the town of Truckee has switched over their emergency alerting system to the county platform of Code Red. So now we have a county-wide platform. So our education and community awareness can be really standardized across the whole county. Now, the jurisdictions have direct allocations. What they do with it in response, I would let them respond to, but that's where we're at in this plan. It's not firefighter response or smoke jumpers response. It's more of that. We have a fire going on. How do we save lives, get people out of their homes?
Okay, thank you. Julie, do you have any written comments or anybody online? I mean, on the phone?
We have no phone calls and I have no written comments on this.
Okay. Is there anybody else in the audience that has any other comments or questions? Okay, then I'm going to close public comment and then we're going to come back to the board. So I'm going to start with you, Hardy.
Thank you, Chair Hook, and thank you, staff, for the report and all the work that went into combining the town and county resources to make it happen. Jen, I know that your staff was critical in doing that, and Allison, thank you for your support on that. I was just going to briefly mention, Kevin, I think I want to point to our CAL FIRE partners because I believe we do have actually a rotorcraft ship here for the first time this summer provided by CAL FIRE right here at the Truckee-Tahoe Airport. So that's in addition to the other rotorcraft crew that's a Forest Service resource. It does get toned out and leaves the county occasionally. So I do think we have a little bit more support this summer, which is good news. Yeah, I do have a couple things to say about this. I know everybody in the community has been really pretty engaged on this as of late, right? You know, the initial weeks preceding the meeting. I do think this is what good government looks like when you take the county and the town working together to come to an agreement that serves both parties. It was a tough decision for me as a District 5 supervisor because there are the things that Caleb pointed out. There's equity, security, there's all the things that come with balancing the priorities across two different types of landscapes, the east side pine landscape and that really heavy vegetation in the west side with you know, obviously big time risk associated with the Western County vegetation model. but we got through it, and I think it's what good government looks like, in my opinion, to come together and work through those details. I think in the board meeting, we asked for the timely return of the MOU, which was critical to me, so that constituents in District 5 and the county as a whole could read that document that really memorialized and officiated that relationship between the county and the town, giving adequate time and transparency to digest those pieces, have public process, response, and input. And that's what we have here today. We have people here, and it's been noticed, and people are here to comment on that. So I thank you for getting that done. The piece that wasn't in the staff report that I'm happy to report on is that I also asked for a public outreach framework that we've gotten. I think we're at the 90% design, in my opinion. It's really good. It incorporates social media and direct engagement and outreach, mailers, emails, meetings, radio, print, news, all of it. So I think that we're going to get a lot of information out there in really transparent, non-biased way on this initiative, and give everybody who's concerned an opportunity to look at it from every perspective that you would like to see. And I know that staff's always here to answer questions that may not be included in that outreach material. And for me, I'd like to say that this is the first opportunity that the county has to provide direct resources to unincorporated areas within the county while meeting our town partner needs. So communities like Hirschdale, Donner Summit, the little town of Washington, and the top of Martis Peak behind Kevin's house, and others will get resources directly allocated from the county. And a project that comes to mind, I've been talking to John Swan about this, is like Canyon Springs. If we could look at something like Canyon Springs that's directly behind Glenshire, one of our biggest full-time residents, and we can go in there with county resources and clear that out, reduce sediment, reduce the risk of catastrophic wildfire, that's a benefit to Eastern County, and that's something we can take to the bank to improve the lives of and the quality of life for people in Eastern County. So I'm happy about that. I think it worked out. I'm looking forward to getting it to the voters, because ultimately that's who's going to have to make the decision on this, whether it's worth it to them. And I'm looking forward to hearing from them in the meantime. But once again, a lot of gratitude to staff for putting in the extra effort to get to this point so quickly, having come 2 weeks ago in a 6-hour deliberation on this exact topic. So thanks to our town partners as well.
Thanks, Hardy. Ed?
Well, of course, this is a MOU with the town of Truckee and the eastern side. So thank you for all the work that's gone into this, and thank you to all the folks here from Truckee and the eastern side supporting this, or at least getting it to the voters to see if it is going to be supported. It's crucial. I think it's crucial for the overall support of this initiative. The one thing that I do kind of look at, though, and it's just something we can kind of think about, is I would hope that the two TAC committees would work closely together. I would hope there would be some flexibility, because I look at this and go, okay, the town gets 8.33, the eastern side gets 16.67. There'll be a similar MOU with the city of Grass Valley, I'm sure. I would look at it and say, hopefully there would be that flexibility to where if that one large project comes along, something that says this will protect Scott's Flat on the eastern side, or one of the developments that you're talking about on your side. Scott's Flat's on the western side, but that there could be some flexibility, because that $2 million really isn't a lot. It's not really a lot, and it might be a situation where this project could use $3 or $4 million in 1 year and would have to be sacrificed from the other side. It's just something we have to keep in mind as we go forward on this, but I think we have to do what's best for the entire county and be careful that we don't get too caught up in those silos that we can be restricted by these 16.67%. Thank you, Sue.
Thanks, Ed. Dan?
Yeah, my question for either Caleb or Steve is the administrative costs to manage this program for Department of Emergency Services. I saw that like $1.1 million annually to administer this.
Chair Hook, Supervisor Miller. Yes, we've looked at a 5% rate. Most grants have a 10 to 12% to manage the overall program. So we're looking at, this is a $12 million program. So not counting the direct allocation. So the 1 million that goes to the town, we would not have an administrative fee on that for our overhead because the town's taking care of all of that with their direct allocation. But the $2 million, we would have a 5% charge on that money to pay for the staff that we're going to have back at the county, which is administering all that money, all the contracts, all the studies, the reports, all of that administrative overhead. So we think that 5% is very reasonable. And I would also comment on Supervisor Schofield. We do see the flexibility between the fund. The money's going to be allocated and kept separate. So if Eastern County had a $5 million project but only had $3 million in the bank, we certainly, and the Western County didn't need that money that year, we'd certainly let the tax work that out and float that money so that over the average of time, we make sure we meet those percentage marks.
So the MOU with the city of Grass Valley is really basically going to mirror what the MOU with the town of Truckee is. And so those administrative costs are going to be shared equally amongst the jurisdictions.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Heidi?
Thank you. A few things I just want to say about this. I love the way that Truckee has been so progressive and ahead of the game in so many ways. And I think with their Measure T, they were doing that. They were ahead of the game, were ready to take care of themselves with that tax measure. And so I understand that they had some concerns about making sure that they were going to get adequate funding from a tax measure that the county might put forward. And understand that. And I think we want to make sure that the Truckee and the East Side was clearly going to be considered equally. Separate from that, I just have to say that I'm really disappointed that we've had to go down this route of MOUs. Wildfires don't respect city boundaries or even county boundaries. A wildfire starts anywhere in this county, it's going to affect wherever it wants to go, regardless of whether you live in a city or not, or which district you're in. And this is not better together. Better together is we're all in this together. We're going to put the money wherever it needs to go. We're not going to restrict it by MOUs. I'm sure that if a fire was up here and you needed more of the funds that was in the MOU, you wouldn't object to us giving you more. And county would do that, I'm sure. And this is important because, it was a little difficult to sit at the last town council meeting that I sat through here and have all 5 of the city council, town council members list the requirements that they wanted to see in the measure and indicate to a T to every one of them that if they didn't have those requirements met, or at least partially met, they wouldn't vote for the measure. I just want to ask them and this town and folks here to remember that 2/3 of this county does not live in cities. 2/3 of this county lives in high or very high fire zones, just as all of Nevada City and parts of Truckee and Grass Valley do. And we didn't have, Lake Wildwood or North San Juan or any of the 72 Firewise communities coming asking us for MOUs or making requirements or asking us to ensure that they get their fair share. They're just sitting out there waiting for help to get the work done, for the county and the cities to do the work, for us to work together to do what we need to do to be more prepared for wildfire. So I'm obviously in a favor of doing whatever we need to do to work together, but I just like people to be mindful of that we're in this together, and the wildfire just isn't going to care whether we're in the East or the West County or in a city or not. And that our Firewise communities who are out there doing a lot of the work voluntarily need to have their needs acknowledged as well. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Heidi. Any other comments from the board?
Good question, Chair Hook.
Mhm.
For Steve, In the staff report, I think what we're referencing is there's a figure of 1.1 million for the staff overhead on 12 million, which is about 10%, more than 5. Where does the 5 versus the 1.1 million come from?
So as we do projects, like if we want to do a evacuation planning project that's going to benefit the whole county, we would bring that project to the TAC. We would build in our staff time into that project. So I would see that other 5% coming out through the project time that
Oh, I see.
we're executing projects.
Okay,
But we would bring those through the TAC.
I got it. Okay, thank you.
Any other clarifications? Okay, well with that, so this has been a good conversation. Again, I think this all takes it's working together. I like the idea that some of these projects are going to take longer than other projects, and there'll be some reserves for bigger projects that come. And ultimately, this comes down to this decision is between us right now and the cities, and ultimately whether there's a tax measure that passes and that we see this move forward is up to the people. And I think you have to look at where do you find that value. So with that, again, I want to thank everyone for their time and effort that went into this, your manager and all the people on your council. This was big, as well as what went on from our own staff and the time that goes into this. So I think everyone's trying to be open, as transparent as possible, and look at how are we going to manage our vegetation issues that we have all through this county. It was fun as we listened to those projects today, even on the trails. I mean, when you talk about Plumas having lost 80% of their forest, right? So we can do better. And I think that's where I love that saying, we are better together. And I think that's just my thoughts. So with that, I would entertain a motion.
I would so move.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Ed and second by Hardy that we have a memorandum of understanding between the County of Nevada and the Town of Truckee to memorialize the funding commitments to support emergency services programs and projects serving Eastern County residents. Julie, could you call the roll?
Yes, thank you, Chair. District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4.
District 4, yes. Okay, perfect. So now we're going to move on to our last item. Let me turn the page here. So this is, and I'm going to invite Tricia Tillotson, our CDA director, up, and we're going to talk about the Hirschdale Road and Tour. So, but first, as we talk about this, I want to remind everybody, public comment will need to happen here while this meeting's in session so that it could all be recorded. So I just want to make that clear that if we're out at the site and you have public comment, it'll have to be written and sent in. We won't be able to take any comments while we're out on our tour. Okay, so I just want that to be kind of clear. And with that, Tricia, thank you for being here this afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Tricia Tillotson. I'm your Community Development Agency Director, and I'm pleased today to present a presentation just on several things going on in the Hirschdale Road area. Now, this is a presentation only. No decisions are being asked to be made as part of this presentation, but it's it's great to have the whole board up here, and I think the suggestion to go out and look at Hirschdale Road so you can see everything going on would really help everyone visualize as decisions and projects come forward. So this presentation is a really quick presentation, but it's to provide a high-level overview of the Hirschdale Road Bridge projects. We want to touch on the Recreation and Resiliency Master Plan that should be kicked off soon. There will be a tour, so we'll show on here a map showing just the location of that. And then there's an opportunity for comments, like you mentioned, Chair Hook, and comments will need to be received here. The tour is really just a visual tour. So the Hirschdale Road at the Truckee River Bridge and the Hirschdale Road at the Union Pacific Railroad Bridge were constructed in 1925 and 1926 respectively. And as such, those bridges are in need of attention. So the county was awarded Federal Highway Bridge Program funds in 2016. Where we're looking at replacement of the Hirschdale Road at Truckee River Bridge and the rehabilitation of the Hirschdale Road at the Union Pacific Railroad Bridge. Those are both located near the community of Hirschdale. Due to the age, poor condition, and potential for scour, the bridge over the Truckee River is ineligible for rehabilitation, and therefore it has to be replaced. However, the bridge over the Union Pacific Railroad tracks is eligible for rehabilitation. Design for both bridges is currently at about 90% complete, and the environmental permitting is almost at about 90% complete as well. That's meaning we're working on our permitting through the Water Board, the Army Corps, and Fish and Wildlife. So next I'll show you an exhibit to give you a bird's eye view of the two bridges. And this exhibit, as well as the other maps that I'll show in the slideshow, are available behind me over here as well. So this exhibit depicts both bridge locations as well as existing right-of-way, private property lines, Union Pacific Railroad property, and where temporary construction easements are needed in order to construct the necessary improvements. So looking at the aerial image here, on the left-hand side, you can see the Truckee River. This bridge needs to be replaced in its entirety, as I mentioned, and so, as such, a temporary bypass bridge will need to be constructed during construction so that people can still get around. So as such, temporary construction easements are needed, and those are shown in brown, violet, and teal on this map. On the left-hand side of the aerial image, and that's on the left-hand side, I should have said. So in the upper right-hand corner, you see what the temporary bypass bridge might look like and what the final bridge profile will look like. Now looking at the aerial image on the right-hand side, you can see the railroad tracks. Kind of makes almost a C there on the map. So this bridge will be rehabilitated, as I mentioned before, and so temporary access easements are needed to access the underside of the bridge and are shown in orange and teal on the right-hand side of the aerial image. Meanwhile, we're continuing discussions on these temporary access easements with property owners. Next, I wanted to touch on recreation. So you may have heard Nevada County, we're looking at what does recreation look like in Nevada County in the future. As such, the board at their board workshop directed staff to look into doing a recreation and resiliency master plan. We just issued a request for proposals and we received proposals from consultants. And so we're hoping to select a consultant and bring that back to the board shortly in September. Part of that process will be several public workshops, which will be convened throughout Nevada County, including in the Hirschdale Road area. Because as we know, especially those of you who are from the Hirschdale Road area, there's a lot of interest in that area, especially surrounding the Truckee River and then the Tahoe Pyramid Trail. So in addition to the list on this slide, I won't read through all of these aspects of which the master plan will hope to address. We're also looking at mapping current recreation amenities, for example, and resources throughout the county, including what state and federal lands are out there. We're also looking at identifying economic development opportunities because, as we know, recreation has a huge impact on our positive impact on our economy, and really defining those appropriate and desired levels of service for our unincorporated residents. We also want to look at identifying strategies for recreation amenities to help mitigate climate risks, especially fire risk reduction. And then also the recreation improvement plan will be part of this as well. And that'll look at preparing a prioritized list of recreational needs and opportunities, including those cost estimates and feasible solutions for financing, phasing, and maintaining community investments in recreation. Tentatively, we're looking at bringing award of contract to the board on September 13th. And what you could expect would be in October, a kickoff of the recreation master plan process and onboarding of the consultant. And hopefully work would be completed by spring of 2023, at least a lot of the outreach work. So this map, again, is available behind me to look at more closely. I wanted to mention this because we did hold a Hirschdale recreational planning stakeholder group towards the end of 2021, early 2022. And that was really a group that was convened to discuss issues and potential solutions in the Hirschdale Road area, just because there's a lot of activity going on out there, including private property concerns. So short-term suggestions were discussed with that stakeholder group that included improved parking, providing access to the Truckee River, perhaps once the bridge is reconstructed, and then maintaining the Tahoe Pyramid bike trail. Longer term solutions were also suggested, and they're reflected on this map here. Additional information is available on our website, so nevadacountyca.gov, and you can search for recreation and it'll pop up. I should mention none of these improvements were approved through a public process, but this is something that the work group recommended and so could be included in the recreation master plan that we just discussed. And that would definitely include public outreach. So this map is also behind me, and this map really reflects existing parking in the Hirschdale Road area because we know that there's a lot of conflicts with visitors and on also the residents. So this map has been helpful and it's on our website, really showing folks where they can go today. And lastly, for the recreation and master plan, I really wanted to share this slide because it's really a call for action for the community. We're really looking for continued support for recreation, and we would like to have folks participate and provide input on our recreation and resiliency master plan. Again, that process should really begin this fall and winter, and there will be several notifications going out. We also ask, that you look at volunteering. There's so many nonprofit groups and districts that provide recreational amenities and programs throughout the county, and most of all of them are ran by volunteers. So that's really how the success in Eastern County and Western County, we've seen even today how many volunteers it takes to get trails built, to get even more organized recreation put together. We also want to remind folks to just practice good stewardship and help share your knowledge. And the board's actually supporting that already by issuing many grants that we have to our trail ambassadors, including in Eastern County. And I know we've talked about that in the past at board meetings. And lastly, I'd like folks to remember to stay informed and sign up for recreational news. So if you go to nevadacountyca.gov/recreation, you can sign up to stay informed. And so just as this meeting was noticed per our normal Board of Supervisors agenda posting and so forth, we also issued a notice to everyone who had already signed up for recreational notifications. So that's an easy way to stay informed. And lastly, the on-site tour. So this is proposed right after we're done here and hearing public comment. And the location will be on Hirschdale Road at the south crossing of the Truckee River. It's just east of Juniper Way and Floreston Avenue and west of Hinton Road. There is limited parking, so we do suggest that folks carpool and or walk over if you're in the immediate area. And we're looking forward to just showing you everything that's out there. So with that, that's the end of my presentation, and I invite any questions.
Great, thank you. So does the board have any questions right off the bat? I think I'd like to go to public comment. Okay, so let's go right out to public comment. And what I'll do is you can come up, give your comments or questions, and then we'll take a list of those, and then we hope we have staff here that can answer those questions. Come on up to the podium.
I'm not sure if, oh yeah, it's still on.
There you go.
I apologize. I'm going to actually read this because.
No apologies, you're good.
I'm nervous, so. Thank you so much for hearing our comments. Let me just pull this up. So I just want to tell you, my name is Jennifer Freeman, and I want to thank Tricia for all her work in the presentation and getting the recreation group started, et cetera. I'm going to focus today on the bridge project rather than the recreation project. Just to let you know, I'm a single mom of 3 who lives full-time in our home in Hirschdale. I'm a teacher and I work with homeschool families. The kids and I moved to Truckee in 2011, and I was able to purchase my home in Hirschdale in 2015 after renting in the area for several years. The only reason why I could afford the house is because it was fixer. And through a lot of work with family and friends, I was able to make a comfortable home. I've always supported the bridge project ever since hearing about it and knew that it would impact my home since I live adjacent to the bridge and on the Truckee River. When the environmental study impact was provided, I knew that it would affect me. Shortly after the environmental study was passed by the board, members of Dock and Engineering, which is an engineering group hired to work on the project, met with me and some of my neighbors, and that was in 2019. And they assured me that I would be informed that when an assessment would be done on my property. Make a long story short, that assessment, I was not told until after the assessment was done. The appraisal firm that was hired by the county, didn't get my input. I'm the only family that lives there on the Truckee River that is affected directly by the project. Everyone else that's a landowner doesn't live there and doesn't have a house. I don't have much time, but I want to say that I spent $8,000 up front and borrowed money from my mom to get an appraisal done. The county did reimburse me $5,000. So I'm not going to have time for this, so I'll have to do this written. Sorry.
No, don't be sorry.
I ran out of time. So,
So you know
there's
what?
really no point. And
No, so you know what's great? You already have it on your phone. So I would just use that as written comment and forward it on to the clerk of the board, Julie.
yeah.
And she can give you her email address, and that way you'll have it right on record all totally.
Yeah, I just really have faith in our county, and I really have faith in government. And through doc and engineering and through correspondence, I have been lied to, telling me that everyone is signed off except for me, which was a lie because I don't think anyone signed off. And I just feel really threatened. And I just wish the county and doc and engineering would work more openly with me instead of, I can't afford a lawyer. So I just feel really intimidated. And I'll put all my comments, in writing, but I really want the project to work, but I just really want to be treated fairly and equally. That's all.
Okay, thank
Chair
you.
Hook,
Jennifer.
this is an important conversation, so we can have staff follow up with you offline.
Yeah, most definitely. Thank you, Jennifer. Next.
Good afternoon, Chair Hook, honorable members of the board. My name is Greg Gatto, and I'm here on behalf of the property owners of Ron and Virginia Lake, who own the property immediately to the north and the south of the eastern landing of the Truckee River Bridge portion of the bridges. Would like to thank staff very much for all their work on this. We've been working with staff for several years. Supervisor Bullock has done a great outreach, and we've worked with them to help try to refine and minimize the impacts to the various property owners on the eastern side of the bridge. One concern we do have is specifically for the legs is that for several years we were speaking with Doken Engineering, who Jennifer also referenced, as the agent for the county in negotiation for the temporary construction easements, and has been communicating all the various stages of the construction and where they are. We just recently, so for several years, we've been asking Dokken to work with us to provide improved access for the legs off of the north and southern portions of the bridge, so they're able to access their property via vehicles as they're entitled to do by law. They have abutters rights, they abut a public right of way, and so they're entitled to reasonable access. We were recently informed that there was a staircase and parking that would block the entirety of their access off the public right of way, so they would be unable to have vehicular access. So our hope is that we can continue to work with staff to be able to allow them to have that reasonable access off a public right of way. And that way we don't have to get into any situation where there's a direct taking of their property. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh. Oh.
Hello, I'm Eric Johnson. I am a Glenshire resident. It's just up the hill from here. I am also a founder and member of the ad hoc group, the Truckee River Alliance. Truckee River Alliance is an ad hoc group. It includes American Whitewater, California Trout, Trout Unlimited. I was at the stakeholder meetings. And we all know that this section of Truckee River, for you guys who don't know, is super special. It used to be used for recreation for years and years and years until recently it was bought up. Well, there was no trespassing signs all on the other side of this bridge now. Used to be used for generations as a takeout for rafting. It's the only, in the whole Tahoe Basin, the only family-friendly Class 2 year-round run, because Boca Reservoir puts water in upstream from that, and you can take out before the Class 4 down there. All that is non-accessible anymore, even though that is on public land. Now, this bridge that we're going to build, there's no public access, as far as I know. Even for the Pyramid Bike Trail, there's no written agreement between the Pyramid Bike Trail and any landowner. So this millions of dollars that's being spent, in my mind at this point, is a boondoggle, because there's no public benefit other than a few landowners and the railroad, and they could build a bridge if they wanted to. But I do want the bridge built, because I am hopeful that there will be, in the long run, in this recreation plan, the recognition of this really fantastic. It's not recognizable when you go down to the bridge, but beyond there, it is a really beautiful piece of water that's really important for Nevada County. And I just feel that the millions of dollars that we're spending on this bridge, someone went to the feds and said, hey, let's rebuild this bridge. It's important. And I know that part of that was the recreation plan, the recreation opportunities beyond that are now non-existent. And I would hope that Nevada County, part of the reason it's not, Nevada County relinquished their right of way in 1974, so that now we can no longer go through this area. And I would hope that they would reach out maybe to the feds. There's there's $900 million every year available for conservation efforts through the Land and Water Conservation Fund. The state has the 30/30 initiative, and maybe now Nevada County can be a leader in seeing if there's an agreement for getting some conservation properties down there, or make it conditional upon the building of this bridge, because right now it is looking like it's going to be a gift for the guy who has kicked us all off the river. Thank you. Thank you for coming to Truckee.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric LaRue. I'm here on behalf of the Tahoe Pyramid Trail, and I am joined by Chris Askin, who is also a board member of the Tahoe Pyramid Trail and who is a resident of the Glenshire neighborhood. Janet Phillips, the president of the Tahoe Pyramid Trail, had a prior commitment and could not be here this afternoon. The Tahoe Pyramid Trail would like to see the bridges kept in place and upgraded if possible, because the Tahoe Pyramid Trail crosses those bridges as it travels through the Hurstel Road corridor. When the TPT began the process of establishing the trail there, we understood the road was a public road. The Tahoe Pyramid Trail is seeking to establish a permanent easement along the Hurstel Road corridor, and that was one of the recommendations that came out of the Hurstel Recreation Working Group that Tricia put together and the county put together. We were one of the stakeholders, and we appreciated being involved with that. The Tahoe Pyramid Trail has built a single-track trail from east of the Hurstel Road corridor all the way down to Floriston and then down to Verdi. A substantial amount of resources on trail planning and construction has been incurred. Many agencies and individuals have contributed substantial time, effort, and monies. Those agencies include the town of Truckee and the Truckee-Donner Recreation and Park District. The total amount put toward this effort in building the trail in the canyon is about $3.6 million. There's no question that the Tahoe Pyramid Trail is a first-class trail that is very popular with Nevada County residents and many other people who visit here. And so we want to just keep working to make sure that trail stays intact. As I mentioned, we were a stakeholder in that recreation group. We are committed to continuing to work with all parties, including Nevada County, the pertinent landowners who are there in the area, the Forest Service, to come up with a solution that maximizes use of the area while being respectful of the rights of local property owners. um, uh, we appreciate being able to be involved in this process. We look forward to continuing to stay engaged and working with the county to get that easement for the trail over those bridges that hopefully will stay intact. And we want to thank you for your time and consideration letting us speak today.
Thank you. Thank you. Careful on those little stands there right behind you, Trish. Okay, great. Welcome.
Welcome and thank you for listening to us. My name is Ron Legg. My wife and I, we bought a home in Birchdale 53 years ago, and we've been there ever since. We also a couple of years later, bought a whole bunch of riverfront property, and we have 10 acres at least of riverfront property. Now, the access to that property was always on both sides of the bridge. On the east side of the bridge and on the west side, the north side of the bridge, we had roads going off to our property. Well, now we can't get there. And Dockin kept telling us year after year, "Oh, don't worry, we'll put a ramp at the end of the bridge so you can go to your property." Well, 2 or 3 months ago, we had a meeting, and they informed us that they can't do that anymore. So I'm really not happy, and it has nothing to do with you people. I'm just not happy that they're going to take our property. I have 5 acres on that one side of property, and it's buildable. It's passed the perk test. It's a nice piece of property. It's a beautiful spot. And I don't see how they think they can not. We've been talking about this bridge for years. They even with the monies they were going to pay us to put the temporary bridge on our property, they never asked us anything about how much they were going to pay us. And then all of a sudden we get this letter telling us they'd pay us a certain amount. And we didn't have anything to do about it. We didn't have any say in it at all. Also, just to change subjects, my wife and I never, although we've had a house here for 53 years, and I know that the county has my email address because they never notify us that there's going to be a meeting. Never. The only way we could find out is go on the internet and check. But we don't get on the internet too often. So the only way we ever find out is by friends here in Hurstville. And they call us and say, "Hey, they're going to have a meeting at the river." Well, really? They did the same thing when they had one at the church last year. So anyway, we would like, I know we signed up for that list years ago or whenever they had it. Okay. We've had signs on our property over there for years. No trespassing, no trespassing. My son and I, we would go, especially on the big partial on the left, as you go on the left, going across the bridge. People camp down there. They start fires down there. And last year, somebody went in there and painted them all green. And so they say that, you know, in order to keep people off your property, you have to post it. Well, that doesn't work at all. It doesn't work. And then they say, well, you could build a fence. Well, right now I can't build a fence. It's 5 acres, around a 5-acre piece of property.
Chair, excuse me, the 3 minutes are up.
Okay.
Just so you know.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Legg.
Hello, my name is Aaron Teese. I live in Glenshire. I specifically came to ask a question. I've never been able to get an answer. I've been to the forest office and so on, and it's about this side here, Florissant Avenue, that goes to the south of the river, and there's a parking shown here. I want to know what the access is for that currently, and is it open to public? Because when I go down there, that road runs into someone's house, and it's kind of intimidating and unclear if you're allowed to go farther down that road. I think it's called Iceland Road. I've never seen cars on there. I just wanted to clarify, do we have access currently to that road and to that parking area? And if not, is that part of the plan in the future? It'd be great to access the river from that side. And I've always wanted to go, like backpacking into Mount Rose Wilderness from that area, but it's not at all clear if it's open.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comment? I think here we come. Here's a couple more.
My name is Kevin Murphy. I'm a resident of Truckee, and I live above Hurstdale. I'm also the District 5 Fish and Wildlife Commissioner as appointed by Hardy, so I want to disclose that my comments right now are not in that capacity, but more as a private citizen. I was elected to the Truckee-Donner Recreation and Park District Board of Directors. I was 3-time chair and worked closely with Janet Phillips when the Tahoe Pyramid Bikeway came about. Historically, for everybody's edification, Supervisor Owens had worked with the county many years ago, and a substantial amount of money was earmarked to remove the bridge in total. Janet Phillips and the Recreation District met with Hurstdale residents, and it was very clear we wanted to keep the bridge. What I'm hearing and what I've heard several times is that the bridge has got to go. So as citizens, I think we need to decide whether we keep it or it's torn down. And so my suggestion and recommendation to all of us is to replace it, to find a settlement as respects that bridge particularly, and then work on all the other issues going down the canyon. I want to respect personal property rights more than anything else. I know Randy's and some of his attorneys are very adamant about that, and I heard more today. But I believe a solution exists, but I did want to give you a historical perspective that the bridge was going to be gone many years ago, and if it were not for the Rec District and Supervisor Richard Anderson and the Tahoe Pyramid Bikeway, we would not have a bridge today. So let's get a new bridge in there, and then we'll solve everything later. That's my recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Pete Rivara. I live in Hurstdale. I've been coming to Hurstdale since 1960 when I was 12 years old. My parents have had a cabin there. In 75, I moved to Hurstdale and I've been living there. And to answer the question of the gentleman before about access, there is no access. It's all private land. There is public land and fish and game at Juniper Creek, and there's fish and game at that's not coming to me. Anyway, but there's no access to it. I'm here to support the landowners. Ron Legg is a landowner, and he knows how what he is saying is very true. People do not respect people's land, plain and simple. I've been using it since 1960, and I accept the fact that somebody bought it, and they do not want people going across their land. And if you owned it, I don't think you would want them either, because there's hundreds of people that want to go down there, and they make a mess down there. I've known at least 4 or 5 fires that were started below Randy's place down there. And what's going to happen if there's a fire because people are going down there and they don't care? You know, they say they care, but they don't. You know, the majority of them, I'll be nice and say they do care, respect, but it only takes one person. And there's a fire started or something, my house burns down. Who's going to pay for building my house? Nobody. I'm out of luck, and it's a shame. Randy has tried to work with people as far as the bike trail. They went and put the bike trail in without the correct easements. Now that's wrong. They knew it, but nobody else knew it. And it wasn't until Randy got it that he found out about that. And now you guys are wanting, there's no parking anywhere unless you were able to buy land from somebody to have the parking. And you guys are wanting to let hundreds of people go down there, and it's inconvenient for us because we got to deal with them. And I'm lucky I'm not on the river. I'm across the street from the river, but I have to look at it. It's a beautiful place, and down the canyon, it's gorgeous. But the river is public. Granted, they could get to the river, they could go up to Boca underneath the highway bridge and get to the river, but they don't want that. They want to be able to come down the river, get out of the river, walk across Randy's property to get out, to get to the car, to get out where they don't have any parking. So that
Pete,
is
thank
it.
you so much for your
Thank you very
comments.
much.
Thank you, Pete. Come on up.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thanks for holding this meeting and addressing this topic. Been a resident of Truckee since the late 90s and accessing that part of the property since I worked for the Forest Service at the same time. And I want to say I do respect the Andreessens and Metzger's property rights. I haven't been down there since I found out it was private property. What I'm here to ask is, we've already spent a substantial amount of money on this bridge. This gentleman here mentioned that money was earmarked for it. I think that was probably, 5-10 years ago, with the idea that it was going to provide public access. As a community, everybody still thought that was public access when it was SP's land. Now that there is no public access, I don't know why we're going to spend all the taxpayers' money on a bridge to nowhere. It just doesn't make sense to me. Like, we earmarked that government money for people to access. We have a piece of land out there that's California Fish and Game, I believe on both sides. And can we negotiate an access to that piece of land for fishermen, for cyclists, for boaters to access public land before we spend public money on a bridge that's only going to be accessed to private land? That's all I got.
Okay, thank you.
I'm Larry Andreessen, and I just wanted to bring up one point about the recreational planning aspect, and that is the stairway and the parking for 10 cars right in Hurstdale. When you go out there today, where the stairs are planned, I'd like you to look at the terrain and the shoreline where all this public traffic will be funneled. It's not safe. It's whitewater. It's not conducive for swimming, for taking out rafts, for anything right there. But the board approved spending $30,000 to start planning a stairway down to the water there. And I just would like you to notice how it really doesn't work there. Besides that, where all these people will be funneled down this stairway, down this steep terrain, rocky shoreline, is a very narrow bandwidth where people can even traverse back and forth along the shoreline. Because it is steep, the high water mark is a very short distance up from the water. And in order for the people to be legitimately there on property they can use, they have to stay within the high water mark. All the other property around there is private. There are no public parcels there. So it's going to be a setup for numerous problems. It's going to be a setup for people trespassing, just like we've had down the road from Randy's. People want to get to the river, so they go the easiest path. The director's suggestion was people will need to protect their properties with fences and no trespassing signs. That's not really reasonable. That's a large area for everybody to fence off their property. And the trespassing signs haven't been working. People have been painting over them and whatnot. And besides that, to concentrate so many people in such a small area, it's going to be erosion when they're all walking in the same little 10-foot section along the river. It's going to be garbage. There's going to be, we live right there. We look directly out the bridge. We're directly adjacent to it. And we've seen it over the years. It's gotten better since the traffic's gotten less, since the access has been shut down. But we see people defecating. We see them urinating. We see garbage. We see drugs. We see parties right off of our deck in our backyard. And that's where this proposed stairway is going to put all the people, right in our backyards, along with several other houses, 25 homes in there. The 13 of them are on the river, right there where all these people are going to be traversing back and forth. There is no public property there. And one more thing, there is a 40-acre piece. It is public, right a quarter mile from there. Fish and wildlife property that's dedicated for recreation use. Just down the road, just a quarter mile, huge, a long waterfront stretch, slow-moving water, easy access to get in and out of the water. Good for swimming, good for boating, good for fishing, right there. It's already public property. Furthermore, this managing this narrow little stairway to this tiny little ribbon people could traverse on. Who's going to manage it? Who's going to pick up the garbage?
Chair Hook, the 3 minutes is over.
And there's going to be a tremendous amount of law enforcement issues because of the trespassing. It's going to burden the county resources with answering calls, including the board members, Tricia, Public Works. I mean, there's going to be so much.
Thank you, Mr.
So much
Anderson.
problems.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Chris Askin, we got our house in Glenshire 34 years ago. As with many people, I worked most of my career in Reno. And so about 25 years ago, I started biking back and forth. I went around Boca, Stampede, that way. But the best route was always down through the canyon. I think once Larry saw me on his road, so I made sure I went on the other side and used the county road, which we were told by Public Works when we put in the Tahoe Pyramid Trail that it was public access. So in any case, I just want to let you know how important that is as a alternative transportation route. Not to go down to the river, not to stop or light a fire or have a party, but simply to get through there. And the bridge and Hurstdale Road is absolutely critical for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Cheryl Andreessen, and I just want to bring up the fact that I've heard multiple times today that funding for the bridges was just established in 2016. The Hurstdale residents have worked with Nevada County since 2005 on this bridge reconstruction. It's been gone through many supervisors, many public work directors. This is not new. This is an old project that we've all tried to follow. In recent years, Hurstdale's been completely pushed out of the picture. We as homeowners wrote many public comments, wrote many things to the board. Dan Miller, Ed Schofield, you both have followed this since 2005. You know very well what the Hurstdale community has gone through with this bridge reconstruction. Just before Hardy Bullock came on as board of supervisor, he was a planning commissioner. We went to the planning commissioner meeting. We expressed to the planning commissioners our concern about the Hurstdale bridges. Mr. Anderson, I should say Supervisor Anderson, made it so that the county proposed into their agreement with Tigert that our escape route for fire would be the Hurstdale bridges. We had a fire out in Hurstdale before the Glenshire Drive. That was our concern. We finally had an incident where we could not make it to Glenshire Drive. So what was our fire escape? The Hurstdale bridges. We need the Hurstdale bridges for multiple reasons, not just recreational access, but for the safety of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Any other comments? Okay, with that, we didn't have anything written or any of that, did we? No, do we have any phone calls?
I have no phone calls. I do have written comments, but the individuals that wrote the comments also just spoke.
Okay, perfect. But so that is on record. Thank you. Okay, with that, I'm going to close public comment. And Tricia, I'm going to invite you to answer some of those questions if you would, please.
Sure. Thank you, Chair Hook and Supervisors. So first of all, anyone who wants to be on the notification list, please go to the website. But Mr. Legg in particular, I'll add you if you're okay with that. Looking for your, okay. So we'll go ahead and add you to that. So you should receive those notifications. We're trying to be mindful because we've had a lot of folks over the years, as you've heard, sign up for different notifications. So we don't want to overwhelm people if they're not interested. But if you are, please go sign up for that notification or reach out to me personally, and I'd be happy to add you to that list. As far as Florestan Avenue, the question was, is it public or not? So County Road right-of-way is on Florestan Avenue, even past the fence. That's near the roadway. That is outside the county road right-of-way. So, but you can legally traverse past the fence, and you can go to the. Sure. Let me point it out here. So this is Florestan, and you can drive past the one fence all the way to the Fish and Wildlife property, and there is 1 to 2 parking spaces there. And I just drove that recently a couple of weeks ago, and it's open. You can go all the way to, there's a gate on Iceland, and that gate is really the end of the public access there. So that should answer that question. As far as the stairway for the bridge, that's a state requirement that we provide access to the public waterway. And so that's why we had to add that stairway in, and why the board, I believe, voted to allow us to take a look at the design. The bridge has not yet come to the board for authorization to bid, and that will be another opportunity for the public to provide comment and for us to discuss that in more detail and show you the plans at that point and everything else. And then access on Hurstdale Road. So this is, if you go over the bridge and you're heading towards our closed landfill properties, and we'll go out there right after this, but we are still working with the Forest Service. They finally finished their field survey out there. And so they've reestablished some survey control monuments, and our county surveyor is working with them to get their data so he can go out and mark our property lines. So we're hoping that there's still access there. And if not, we can go to other plans to try to establish permanent access for the Tahoe Pyramid Trail. So I think that answers most of the questions, other than issues with negotiating for appraisals and so forth. We'll have to talk privately with the property owners about that.
Okay, so when they made one comment, Tricia, I know, because I know that this has been going on a long time too, about there's a different access. I mean, I'm watching this play out with Edwards Crossing, right? It's a bridge that has a necessity, moving it, leaving it. So how did that play into here?
So the bridges have been in the Nevada County Capital Improvement Plan for quite a long time, has been mentioned here. It's already been decided that we're going forward with these bridge replacements and or rehabilitation. So we applied for those highway bridge program funds. The funds, however, nationwide have been oversubscribed. Fortunately, this project or these projects are now in the forefront of that funding. So we're competing nationwide for these funds, right? So we're ready to go. We're expecting to get the funding fully provided or obligated, this year and or beginning of next year. And this is a great opportunity for us to replace these bridges. If we were to halt right now at this point, it would probably be another decade before we'd be talking about replacing the bridges, before we would be eligible again for the funding. And by then, the bridges would probably have to be removed.
Okay, this is interesting. I mean, I think there's lots of questions we'll still have when we get to see it.
Right.
So I got a question.
Dan, go ahead.
Tricia, as you go across the bridges, are those bridges vehicular accessed?
Yes, Chairman.
Okay, so as you
Or
go
Supervisor,
across, you
sorry.
go across the bridge, and I forgot which gentleman said that you can actually go down. Who was riding the bike to Reno? Okay, so I just can't imagine that. So,
Electric bike.
oh, do you have an electric bike? Oh no, okay, never mind. So, oh, he doesn't come back. So, is that public access all the way through?
There is a section of roadway that is questionable right now, and that's what we're working with the property owner to try to, and the U.S. Forest Service to survey to finally determine exactly who owns it. Right now, it's looking as if it's private. The property owner has been gracious enough to work with the Tahoe Pyramid Trail folks to allow continued access. Meanwhile, and then, like I said, long term, we're looking to completely identify exactly where the property lines are and then work on a permanent solution.
Okay, so now I understand. Thanks for now I understand the reason for the steps.
Well, the steps are different. So the steps will get you to the river from the bridge. The Tahoe Pyramid Trail goes over the bridges and continues all the way to Pyramid Lake.
Randy's property. When people go across those bridges, where is his property located? Is it down to the right? Go straight ahead. Is it? Pardon?
Yeah, if you go across the bridges, it's on the left and right. And pretty much, I'm just going to really generalize this. If you go over the railroad bridge, I mean, most of that land is Randy's.
Okay. All right. And so the concern is whether that road has public access or not.
Okay, we got to kind of do this.
We got a side bar going on here.
let's
We're
not do
not
that.
supposed to do. Okay, so we'll be able to see all that when we go out.
We'll be able to point towards the direction of the Hurstel Road and where the Tahoe Pyramid Trail goes along Hurstel. You can drive down further to the end to where there's a gate, and you can turn around there. That's hasn't been advised for the public to go down that far because there's not really any great parking in that area. So we're advising folks, if you're just wanting to visit, to recreate, to park either at Hinton and Hurstel or before you come to the Hurstel area.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, this is interesting. I still am. I'm a hair confused though if it's private property on both sides. Yeah, so I'm really interested too. I drove it, but of course it doesn't talk to me when I go look. So I'm actually looking forward to this tour to see it and really feel it. So anybody, Hardy, you have a question?
Yeah, Trish, can you please point out the proposed location of the stairs on that map with the teal and purple?
Sure. So I'll walk over to the map here, and it's right next to the riverway and the walkway, or the bridge. So it'd probably be right in this vicinity.
Okay, and
or that vicinity. They haven't determined that.
and the legs property is to the north of the purple portion.
Correct, and the south, and the south. So you can see legs are listed here and here.
So the stairs are actually only going to go down to a section of property that's owned by the.
It's going to go down to the Truckee River, which is a public waterway.
Can the parking area double as an apron access to the legs property?
Well, and that's something we're going to continue to work with the legs on. The plans are 90%, but that's probably one of the remaining portions where we're trying to finalize the designs along with completing negotiations.
So based on the design right now, it's not blocking access to the legs property?
It was not my understanding that it was blocking, but that's something that we'll continue to work with the legs on.
Okay. Yeah,
Right, 'cause
that's
it's not like they had car access before.
There's many things going on there. There's some proposed, parking. There's how do the legs want the driveway exactly, and that could be part of the conflict. But again, that's in negotiations right now, so it's not really a public discussion at this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have one more.
Okay,
Oh,
Heidi?
sorry.
No, go ahead,
sorry,
Heidi.
sorry,
I have a couple more, but do you want to hit it?
I just had one, and I'm trying to figure out. You have the blue dotted line that goes along the river on both sides. On that map, the one to your right, on to your far right. Yeah, in my book. So there's a blue dotted line that goes along both sides of the river and crosses the river. Is that all private property and that's all one owner?
The blue, between the two blue dotted lines would be the county road right away, and then it's private land behind that.
But there is a section along the river, quite a big section on one side, and a smaller section on the other side. Actually, yeah, there's sections that are, it's land. It's not just a road.
So our county road right away varies, but there's portions that are 80 feet wide, and the road and the bridge, for example, are not centered in that, which is common. And so you might see different widths of county public road right away between the bridge or on either side of the bridge.
I know. I think what Heidi's saying is all. So if you look in the middle, Heidi, they're not connected at the road, right? That's what you're looking at. See, they're not connected. That's the easement, the road right away. The rest of it is all private. The blue lines are private property, right? They come to the easement.
The blue lines would represent the defining point between the public road right away and the private property. So for example, all the colored areas is private property.
So inside the blue lines that cross the river is private property except for the actual river.
Correct. Right.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay. Hardy had a couple more questions.
Can you just describe the survey process and what phase we're in and when the county is going to be utilizing the data and when it will return back with some sort of definitive understanding of where the corners are and who owns what?
So Supervisor Bullock is, I believe, discussing the end of Hirschdale Road down where the county landfill properties are. And so my understanding, the U.S. Forest Service just completed their field survey work on August 11th. They're working on putting together their formal documentation, which will be in the format of a record of survey. And that'll be filed with our county surveyor. He'll review it. And after reviewing it, and making sure it's all correct, we'll approve it. That'll then be a public document for anyone to take a look at. At the same time, our county surveyor has reached out to the Forest Service to try to get their field notes in advance so that he can see if he can go out and mark our property lines. We're hoping to have all that completed by the end of September. But as you know, we work very well with our Forest Service partners, but certainly can't control their timelines.
Right. But their contribution to this process is done right now.
Well, as far as the field survey work, they still need to complete their record of survey map and then submit that for review and approval.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And then can you just describe for me the notification process that goes out when we have, this is informational only, so we're not making any decisions today. That's part of what goes into that, but can you just describe your outreach process?
Sure. So with any board meeting, it's publicly noticed, and I know you can sign up to receive notifications for the board meeting. In addition to that, we also sent out a notification to anyone and everyone who has signed up for our recreational notification list. And that's because really this area really helped us form that notification list, and we're starting to use it for the whole recreation and resiliency master plan. It's been a very useful tool for anything and everything recreation. So that was the process for notification. When we get into the recreation and resiliency plan, that's where we want to work with our consultant to have a much more robust notification process for the public. We want to hold public workshops and so forth. I don't have the details on that right now. Like I mentioned earlier, we're hoping to bring to the board a recommendation to enter into a contract with a consultant in September. And part of that contract is to form and finalize the public outreach and plan, basically.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Chair, excuse me, Chair Hook. I just need to report from the town of Truckee that they do have a closed session meeting starting at 4:00. And we're coming up to that, just so you're aware.
Okay, thank you.
Can you answer just one more quick question and I'll be quiet? There was a lot of discussion about the purpose of reconstructing these bridges is based on recreation access. But can you describe the methodology that got us to the point where this is, a serious consideration?
Sure. And as mentioned, during public comment, there's been a lot of discussion about these bridges over the years, and dare I say the decades, right? So where I'll start is really with the CEQA document, and that's really where you dive into the details. You really start talking about what are all the benefits, what are all the impacts, that kind of thing. In that document, which is available on our website, you'll see that not only was recreation one of the uses of these bridges, access to the county landfill land, the state and federal lands, the private lands, and not just the lands right abutting Hirschdale, but also Hinton. Hinton Road connects to it too. The other issue that I recall being discussed was also emergency evacuation, as was mentioned during public comment. So those are probably the largest highlights of the purpose for the bridge replacements.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there are no other questions from the board, I think our next adventure will be to the tour. I will not be adjourning the meeting until the end of our tour. But again, I want to reiterate, there will be no public comment at the site. And we can still have some discussion, but there's no action there. So that's where we're headed for the end of this. I want to tell you all, thank you very much for coming. And for anybody else out there, it's been a delight being here in Truckee today. And thank you for hosting this. And we look forward to coming back here again soon. And glad to have you all and be here and get to socialize a little bit. So thank you. With that, we'll go to our tour. And then again, like I said, we'll adjourn the meeting from our tour.